Everyone will take their seats and silence their cell phones. We're getting ready to start the meeting. It's 6:00 p.m. I want to call the council to order. Please rise for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Pro Tem Gutwa is going to have our prayer.
Okay. May we pray? Kind and gracious Father, thank you for this day and thank you for all your blessings. As we come before you to making these tough decisions that are going to affect most of the citizens who resides within the city limits, we ask for your guidance, we ask for your wisdom as we continue to work together these issues. May you continue to give us the strength to be able to solve these difficult situations on behalf of the citizens. We pray all this, believing in the name of Jesus Christ as our Savior. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Y'all may be seated. I want to thank you all for coming tonight. This is a regular council meeting, and it's August 7, 2025. Agenda item number 2, mayor announcements. I do not have any announcements for this evening. Council, do you have any announcements that you would like to make? Okay. Agenda item number 3, public comments. I have one yellow card. Vincent Castro, if you'll come up to the podium and state your name and address.
Hello again, Vincent Castro, 503 North Fairview Street, Lot 41. At the last meeting, I was kind of surprised at some of the things that were going on. They were talking about future expenditures. Well, have you guys even talked about a budget yet and know what you got to spend? I mean, I haven't heard anybody talk about what the budget is, and I've heard people asking about it, and the answers to those questions were dodged. I mean, for me personally, when I do my stuff at home, make a budget, I find out how much I have to spend, then I know how much I have left over that I can just blow if I wanted to, or do whatever I wanted with. Doesn't the same common sense rule for the city too? Or is that government spending that I don't know about? So, since you guys haven't got a budget, and I know you gotta have one passed by next month, do you guys have enough time to get a budget, look it over, do your research, and have your healthy debates about what to spend our money on? And if not, who's responsible for getting out that budget to you guys? Shouldn't that person, whoever's supposed to get that budget out to you guys, be held responsible for not getting you the budget in time to make these decisions for us citizens? Or does that just not happen, that people aren't held accountable in government? That's the questions I have. I mean, I'm just a citizen, but this is my money you guys are spending that I'm wondering about. And I told you guys a few meetings ago that I was going to be here asking all kinds of questions, so I'm back again. I'm going to be here every meeting asking questions. That way I know that my dollars are being spent wisely and on things that the city needs, not what individuals want. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. All right, is there anybody else that did not turn in a yellow card that would like to speak at this time? Okay, moving on. Agenda item number 4, reports. City manager's comments. Mr. Seitz?
Just to kind of update you, the marquee board was ordered a month ago. We are hoping it'll be in any moment, and as soon as it is, we'll be ready to switch that out. The lights on the pickleball court, the forms got poured yesterday, and so I'm hoping we'll see lighting over that in the next week. We got the fence installed down the middle. I'm requested to do an update on the fireworks sales within city limits. That's the reason for that is not a Keene thing, it's a insurance thing. Pretty much no cities sell fireworks within city limits because the rates would be astronomical and the citizens would have to pay for it. So just in case people are wondering why fireworks aren't sold and allowed to be set off inside city limits, that is the reason why. It's too much of a liability. As far as, I was also asked to look into explanation of traffic fines and citation fees. That is actually a state mandated thing. They set kind of a range, and the judge is the one that determines what those rates are. And as a city, we should never get involved in dictating what the judge decides. So we are within what we're legally supposed to do, and it's up to our judge to determine that. Also, Southwestern Adventist University does a service day. I'm pretty excited about them. They're going to be helping refresh the sign off 67. They're also going to be helping us do some painting in the park to kind of bring that up to, brighten it up a little bit. They'll continue to do some fire hydrants, and then also with some of my interactions with citizens, they've agreed to kind of help some of our citizens as well. So that's exciting for me. And then this evening, as promised, and to kind of answer, some of what he was speaking to, I did, again, I'm not on Facebook, but people love to tell me that, I'm out bankrupting again, and the city and all that. The point of the workshops was simply to bring forward the issues that we have to face. You have to look at your expenses first because we haven't even decided a tax rate, and so you kind of get those things in place so that once you know how much money you have, you can adjust. So trust me, I would love to know how much money I have on the front end, but if we wait until that day, then we get really far behind. We're actually ahead of schedule. I know people were wanting to book, and I was feeling a lot of pressure. Well, when I went back and looked, and Charles has been here to help us with the IRS audit, I found out that the first time a book was even produced was August 22nd. The preliminary budget was produced on August 22nd, and we're actually going to be giving it to you tonight. And that's even before, I know what he's talking about. We all looked at it and went, how are we going to come up with $600,000? Well, I think you'll be pleased to know, not only, Mir and I went line by line, Monday and Tuesday. We went through 1,141 expense lines, line by line. We did a 3-year comparison and a 3-year average, and we adjusted the budget accordingly. So I'm very thankful for Charles because he has produced a very, what I would call a safe budget with lots of padding. I don't believe in, not that I don't believe in safe budgets, but for us to get things done for the city, we need to actually produce an operating budget. And so with adjustments and looking into things, the current budget that you'll see tonight still does not realize we're still getting the fringe benefits numbers and all that stuff. That still hasn't come in yet. And again, it's not because we'd love it sooner, but it's kind of the way the industry predicts at the speed we go. So there will be additional cost savings in there. The other thing that is not in there right now is the lease versus the buy. And we will discuss that at the 21st council meeting one last time so that you guys can give the official how do you want it worked in. But the plan right now is we are actually at it's not much, but we are operating in a plus budget. Inside that budget, I told you we're 33% understaffed compared to other cities. With this budget, we will be 20% understaffed. And again, we actually have a slight surplus. So the only thing we really took out was the ambulance and a couple other CIPs. The ambulance, I think when we get through this year and we address some of the more immediate needs, I think next year we'll be well poised to actually start planning for the future to address some of these bigger ticket items. And then we have some other routes that we plan to take to get some of these other CIPs done. So the future for Keene is looking bright. There's a lot of stuff that I think we're going to be able to accomplish this next year. And I think you'll be pleased with just the initial. Now again, this is just preliminary. This is not proposed. But we still have, and even on the 21st, when you guys are getting your preliminary, you'll be getting your proposed. So anyway, so hopefully that answers some of your questions as to the process of why we're doing things. So, and I think that's all for my
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Seitz?
report.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, agenda item number 5, public hearing. There is no public hearing scheduled for tonight. Moving on to agenda item number 6, consent agenda. We have a long list of items, council, that are under this consent agenda. Is there any of these that you would like to pull out for further discussion?
Okay, Mayor.
Okay,
So I'd like to pull item E, item G, item H, and item L. L as in lion.
okay, say that again. E as an elephant,
E as in elephant, G as in George, H as in
house, and
House.
okay, and an L at the end. Okay.
E,
E, G,
G,
H, and
H,
L.
and L.
All right, council, is there anything that anybody else would like to pull out? Any other items? Okay, at this time, then I need a motion to approve the consent agenda, except for those 4 items listed, E, G, H, and L.
I move the council approve the consent items A, B, C, D, F, I, J, and K as presented.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second. It's hard to go out of alphabetical.
All right, all in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? I'm sorry, okay. All in favor, I'm sorry, you're still reading. All in favor, raise your hand. Oh, you had a question? Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Okay, so we're going to discuss these 4 items that have been asked to be removed. So we're going to start with agenda item number 6E, consider approval of an ordinance changing the date of the regular city council meetings to the first Thursday of the month and the third Thursday of each month as needed, and repealing all prior ordinances or resolutions.
Okay, Mayor, the reason why I pulled this one from the consent agenda is because the council did actually approve an ordinance that is in effect, but the concern I have, the one meeting a month, is that the council never gave it even a chance, even a single kind of month to see how that ordinance was going to play out. And as we can agree, all of us, we have seen last month, we had so many, we had a lot of meetings here that were special meetings. So I don't see why we should be able to repeal this ordinance that we haven't even given a chance to try and see how it works, because we see all these consent agendas can be voted by just one motion, which will save us a lot of time. So, council, I don't know if it will be unreasonable, but I think
I would certainly agree with all that.
I've talked with several people out mowing the yard on Sunday, and they don't care if we have 1 meeting, 4 meetings, 5 meetings, 10 meetings, as long as we do what we're supposed to be doing for the city. They don't really care whether we have 1 meeting a month, or 4 meetings a month, or 3 meetings a month. It doesn't matter as long as we have an end result coming.
so. Then, to save time, Mayor, I think it's reasonable. I'll ask the city attorney, is it reasonable to make a motion not to approve so that the current one
Stays in place.
can stay in place?
Yeah, that would be the procedure.
Okay, so then,
It's a
Mayor,
policy issue really for the council, what they want to do.
then Mayor, I make a motion not to approve the item E, agenda item E as presented.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to not approve agenda item number 6E by Gutwa and a second by Chapman. So by not approving this item, then essentially our previous ordinance stays in place where we have one meeting a month and we'll just call special meetings as needed. All right, do we have any further discussion on this motion? All right, all in favor, raise your hand. I'm sorry, I didn't see his hand. Mr. Knott, you want to speak?
You had 2 months' experience with this, and it didn't work. It proved not to work. There was times when there was no meetings. This is a step backwards. The residents would like to see 2 meetings a month, the first and the third Thursdays. That was the situation when you were voted into office. I think we should continue with that until you put it on the ballot. Or otherwise, stay with the first and third Thursdays. That second meeting of the month may not take place. Should there not be a quorum or any major issues. It's easy to cancel that. But otherwise, in my opinion, your residents expect you here, the first and the third. Otherwise, it looks like maybe you don't want to do your job. Let me just go off script here to say something that I've told other people when I recruit people to help with the Keene Chamber and other areas of responsibility. It doesn't take too long before you see if they want the recognition or do they want the responsibility. That person reveals themselves really quick. They want the recognition because, oh, I'm a city council person, and they have these cards made, and they have shirts made, and they're telling everybody the position of authority and respect that they have. Or they really want to work. They want the responsibility, and they show up to work, and they're there time after time. So that's the way I will evaluate this, is do you want the responsibility, or are you just here for the recognition? But I think going back to one meeting a month is a step backwards for your ability to let the residents communicate with you in a forum just like this.
Go ahead, Mr. Foster.
Well, and if council will remember, predominantly, the meeting that we did vote this, there were more than just Mr. Knott who spoke about wanting the 2 meetings a month from the public. So I'm here to serve the public, and that's why I'm still in favor of 2 meetings a month, to let the public come up and address us, as Mr. Castro is getting ready to do.
I was just saying, if you guys can get all your business done in one meeting, there's nothing wrong with just having one scheduled meeting, as they said that you have special meetings that can be called if needed. One scheduled meeting, to me, if you guys can get all the business done, sounds reasonable.
Well, the issue comes with those of us who schedule our lives in advance, who don't schedule for special meetings. If I'm going to meet the first Thursday of the month, then that's all I'm going to mark off on my calendar is the first Thursday of the month.
Mm-hmm.
And then they call a special meeting, and I'm out of town. And it looks like I just don't want to show up, like I'm irresponsible. No.
Not necessarily. If you're just out of town, like Mr. Easley is, this is a regular scheduled meeting. Does this mean he doesn't want to show up?
I'm saying-
Obviously, he was out of town. And if, like they were talking just a little bit ago, as long as 4 council members are available, it is a quorum. Not saying anything bad about you, Mr. Potter. I'm just saying there are other rules
That's why we
that
didn't have a
apply.
quorum the last couple months ago, because there were those of us who had not intended to meet on our have on our calendar the second meeting of the month. That's all I'm saying.
No, I understand that. And if, like I said, to me, only meet one meeting a month, if you get all the business done, it makes it wonderful.
Cancel it.
Yeah, don't need to even schedule it if it's not needed. That way you guys have more free time for your own personal lives. That's my opinion. I mean, if you don't need it, don't even have it on the record.
I'd like to, so I want to recap on how we got to this point. So a month ago, we met, 4 people voted that we would go back to 2 meetings a month. We had several people from the audience, as Mr. Foster just spoke, that came forward and wanted to address the issue and how they felt. So we did have public comments on that. And so it was passed. So here we are. I'll read it. It says, consider approval of the ordinance changing the dates. I mean, I get that he is asking for a vote of no to approve this, which would keep everything in place, but we as a council just voted that in. This is just to put the ordinance in effect, to have 2 meetings a month. But in that same discussion, we did discuss that we would like to see all of the agenda items happen in the first month. It's only to keep the second meeting as an option, so that way we don't have to call a special meeting, so that way those of us that do travel for work don't have to reschedule, try to figure out when we can get the attorney here, things of that nature. So it was a preventative measure instead of now we don't have a quorum for the first meeting. How are we going to try to get city business done on the 3rd Thursday or a special called meeting when we can all figure out when our schedules align? So there was a reason to keep the second meeting, which is easily cancelable, not easy to always schedule. So that's why this was done. So just thought I'd throw that out there.
So, Mayor, I know we did talk about this. I know we're also dealing with time here based on some other items that are ahead of us. There are cities around us. They have 1 meeting a month and special meetings. The city of Joshua. And have you seen how fast they are growing? So business can be done with 1 meeting a month and special meetings. The problem we are having here, we never even gave this ordinance even a chance, even tried, okay, let's see, maybe 2 months, 3 months, and always things can be changed. But as we know, the city secretary and the city manager, this last month, they did schedule almost 4 meetings in 1 month. And we did attend and saw the effect of that. So there is option we can have a special meeting, and if that special meeting, one of them actually was canceled. So it's not hard to schedule and cancel. And that's why we are professionals here at the City Hall. So I think let's give it a chance, and it's always good to, new things are very scary. We are marching forward, the city is growing, and the needs and also the staff is getting bogged down by boards and preparing these meetings and make sure that we are coordinating with the city attorney to make sure that everything is within the state law and also our ordinances. Thank you.
Any other discussion, council? All right, I have a motion on the floor to not approve agenda item number 6E by Gutwa and a second by Chapman. All in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion is carried, 3-2. All right, now for discussion is item number 6G, consider approval of the Keene Economic Development Corporation Type A Board Budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. I did send an email, and
I was going to tell you, Mayor, I do apologize. We did leave out.
did you get my response?
Yes, and it's just been super hectic.
Okay, because you sent an email and you blasted all of us with it, with my
Yes,
question, which was perfectly fine.
Yeah,
But my A figures didn't add up.
Yeah, and you were right. We left out the CIP project, and I think the hard
they
part
were
is
Okay, they are both in a
the
deficit
money's
then.
not there right today, but at some point when this year comes through, the money will be there, and when it does get there, we want to start addressing the drainage on 317A?
Okay,
Come on up, Don.
okay, that one is, okay. Yeah, just give us a brief overview.
Because it's really the only big project right now that's in the
Okay.
pipeline for Type A, so I might as well.
Well, we're not attending the A meetings, and a lot of citizens aren't either, so it's not a bad idea to go over the budget, just letting council and the public know what's in it and what their plans are for the next year, so we can all be on the same page. All right, Mr. Martin?
Well, does anybody have any particular questions about the budget? Unless you want to go through it line by line.
Okay, well, I had a question over the figures, which he was just explaining, because he sent me an email earlier, and it didn't come back with the same figures that were in my budget book, so I didn't know what was correct. The one change I noticed on this budget that was different from the previous years is under city services. We're adding in more staff. So more of our sales tax dollars is coming from the board and going into, I guess, the general fund. And what was the board's reasoning for doing that? Because the city manager's been added on there, and we hadn't been charging for the city manager's presence at the board meetings, and I didn't know if that's what we were charging for. Is that what it's for? What's the 7,000 for you?
So we haven't made any adjustments for, Mir, what was it, 5 years? Yeah, it's been 5 years since we've made adjusted allocations. And when you have a staff that's this small, so this is kind of twofold.
Yeah.
One, we actually went through each staff to figure out how are they supporting these different boards and organizations, okay? So it's kind of based on an allocation of time because, I mean, yes, it's not my job, but it is my job. And so so basically, the other reason for actually trying to, this is why I'm saying it's a working budget. It's not just a kind of let's just move money around. And the reason for that is because my goal is so that next year, you know, we talk about, well, we can't afford to bring on, you know, a full-time actual development director. You know, we just have Don do 3 titles. The idea is to be able to actually show that, yes, you can afford it, and now we can put somebody in place that can be held accountable, that is their job, their full-time job to do that. So we're really, all we're doing is taking, again, accounting is supposed to tell the story of your business, and the current budget doesn't do that. And so this budget actually tells what is actually happening versus just safe.
So it's not just your attendance at the boards, what are you doing behind the scenes?
No.
Are you-
I
to help?
didn't really take into account. So there's
Okay.
a lot of times that I'm in the meetings as well. You know, when
Okay.
people come and they want to meet me, they want to talk to the guy that has the final say. And so, and Don, a lot of times, he's busy doing neighborhood stuff, so I back him up, he backs me up. So, you know, anyway, go ahead, Don, talk.
No, you're fine. You're doing a great job.
Well, the other change in that same area was also now we have the finance manager and the finance director. We're both back charging for both of their time. The previous year, we only had the finance director. Is that under this? And now we've also added in PR and marketing. So we've added in another position.
Right.
So,
And that's one of the positions we're adding.
yeah, that's the one that you're adding.
Yeah.
Correct.
So if that one doesn't get added, then that'll go away.
Correct. But the board was all for that. They're excited about that. They want to see more stuff come into it. Because right now, I don't have time with the 3 jobs that I do right now, sometimes 4, to go out and solicit businesses to come to the city. So a lot of times, they'll call me, and Jonathan and I will, like he said, either he takes it or I take it, or we sit down together. So he does spend a lot of time with me on these projects.
Yeah, that was just one area I noticed that really went up, so I was just trying to understand the difference, because it was 7,600 the previous year, and now it's 37,000 that's coming out of the Type A board's budget. All right, Mr. Gutwa, did you have any other questions about the budget?
Yes, I just have, I was looking back.
How do you know he has questions?
I was looking back about maybe probably 3 years, even before that, but I know things have changed. We have almost 20% of cost increase. But I'm seeing when it comes to the staff, we are now taking more money from the Type A, Type B, which is legal. You know, so long as you are providing services to them, the city can charge this. So is this increase going to, since it's an increase, is there a plan for the city manager to inject this money to these departments or personnel? Like, are you planning to have a pay raise for this personnel, or is it's going to go to the pool, and then the salaries and benefits are going to stay the same the way they have been?
It's all we're doing is actually using the numbers to report what's actually happening. Again, the budget has been a safe budget with lots of padding in there, okay? So that, you know, every year we can make sure we come under budget, but we don't really know why necessarily we're coming under budget. So this is just simply applying the reality of the time that people are spending to support the different boards and taking that time and taking the dollar amount that's associated with that time and moving it to where it's supposed to be. So nothing's really changing, it's just how the numbers are reporting to report a more accurate picture.
So that's why I'm asking, is there a plan with those changes, because we are taking more now based on the reality that you're saying, to have a pay increase based on these figures we are taking from type A?
I don't think the pay increase is really applied to that.
Like we are charging them a little bit more, which is okay, but is this
Again-
going to be applied towards the pay raise or compensation, or it's just going to the pool and
Just
then?
going to the pool.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then another question is, we have line item 300-110-6915, advertising and promotion. And my question is, there's this sign here in front of the city hall. So what is the plan? It has been down, I know.
That's type B,
Yes.
type B board, and that's already in this year's budget, and it's already been ordered.
Okay.
They've just been
So-
waiting on, Radian's just been waiting for it to come so they can put it up.
So when we get to that, then I just want to make sure I don't forget about that.
That's in last year's budget.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
And
so
then,
go ahead.
just go ahead. And then the last one here, we have the item capital project County Road 317 improvement and repair. We have 250,000. So my question is this enough? Because we know fixing a road takes almost 1 point something.
We have an estimate, and we had that with the board. I don't think it's in your packet, but from our engineers, it was gonna be like $2.7 million to redo that road. So what they voted on is, let's do this in baby steps. And so the first baby step would be widen the road, get the right-of-ways, which most of the land we or the Economic Development Board owns already, so that's not an issue. Clean up the drainage ditches, put in new culverts, bigger box culverts to handle the flow of the water and keep that water off the road, and just leave it base rock, which it's about 90% base rock right now after GTI over the last few years has destroyed that street. So this was our way and the board's way of taking baby steps to get this road upgraded.
Okay, thank you.
And I will update you too. I did speak with the Baptist Church.
I was just going to ask you that. That
And,
was,
I spoke with them, and they were very appreciative and excited that, like anybody, like all the city, we'd love to have
something's going to
a
be
new
done.
road. But at least the major issue that is causing this will be addressed so that we can continue to, so anyway, they were very appreciative.
Yeah, I'm happy for them. All right, council, do you want to give me a motion on 6G?
I've got a question.
Okay.
I know that U and B tend to split personnel and that type of thing, but I just noticed that the grant writer was 5,000 in your budget and 7,500 in B. Is that not a equal split there?
No, because, excuse me, the grant writer that would be used for B board is more dealt with Parks and Wildlife, whereas a grant writer for A board is slightly different.
And we use probably B-Board more often too, just because there's more projects.
All right, any other questions, council? Okay. I need a motion on agenda item 6G.
I make a motion to approve item 6G.
I second.
We have a motion on the floor by Foster and a second by Shaw to approve the Keene Economic Development Corporation Type A Board budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Motion is carried. Now we're going to discuss agenda item number 6H. Consider approval of the Keene Economic Development Corporation Type B Board budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. One of the questions that I had is on the capital expenditures, while Mr. Good was getting his thoughts. I noticed that they're going to put in $100,000 for the skate park. So what is the plan for the skate park? When are they expecting it to be done? Where is it gonna go in the park? What location?
The plan right now is to kind of have it where the old volleyball courts were.
That's what I was thinking, okay.
In that area, and we've brought to them a couple of different prices, quotes on skate parks. We can build a concrete pad first and then go with like a steel wood ramp company, and we can expand as the years goes. Well, one of the board members reached out to a different company, wants to go more with a concrete one, but it's gonna be close to 350, 400,000.
That's what I was wondering. That'll be the total cost we expect?
Once they decide, and then, we need to have public hearings on this as well and get the public's input.
Is it gonna be like what SWAU has done, with the fencing around it and the 2 pads, and how many courts is it gonna be? What's it gonna be, one big
Right,
giant
that's,
area?
that's kind
Fenced
of
off?
where we're at now is, we've brought them different ideas. They want to do a skate park, but we did do a, kind of a survey on Facebook and social media not long ago. Skate park was towards the bottom of, sidewalks, and some of those other things were at the top. So that's kind of how we got to, hey, let's just set aside for right now, 100,000 towards the skate park. It may happen, it may not.
So by them setting this aside, they can't use this money for anything else, right? If they've set it aside, if we approve the budget, it has to be for the skate park. If the skate park plan, they change their mind, then we just don't spend that 100,000, is that right?
Correct.
Okay,
They'd have to do a budget amendment.
just so everybody knows, okay.
So may I have a question here? We have this line item 400-110- that's 6010, and then 6060 personnel costs. So the question is, even the other type A board, I know, as you said, you are adjusting the cost, and there's a plan to split or bring on board another personnel. So there's a Director of Development and Neighborhood Services. I know it's this is a personnel matter, which is under you. But I can remember as a council, we did combine some of the positions, and we used to have Economic Development Director. And then, for some reasons, we did eliminate that position and combined it together with another position to be able to help with some of the projects here within the city limits. So when you are taking this money from Type B, are we trying to recreate the economic development? Are we trying to recreate economic development director as a position to be able to take care of the projects or marketing, reaching out to some of the investors that might want to invest in Keene?
I don't really know. I'm going to say it again. It's not me putting money in there to create anything. It's me applying time that people are using and applying what that cost of my time, because in your business, there's a cost associated with you. There's a cost associated with every single person that is a working individual. What is that hourly rate? And you take that hourly rate times, how many hours you're applying, and we're simply kind of reporting that. And again, next year, we're going to evaluate everything again. This is kind of because I don't think the city's ever really had what I would call a working budget. Okay? Again, it's been a safe budget. And so you can be assured that next year, again, when we go through budget season, and thank goodness, Mira, she's not only been putting the budget in, but she's completely restructuring the system the way it should be so that we can utilize it the way that it should be. And so next year is going to be even easier for us to be able to apply, it's an hourly rate study basically. And so the goal is so that when we report it back to them, it's not just a line item, it's this is how much time is being spent supporting you. Do you guys want to take that money and apply it to a person, or do you want to keep it the way it is? I'm not trying to create anything. I'm just trying to get the accounting to report accurately what the business is doing. That makes
Yeah.
sense?
Thank you. And the reason why I was asking you, because that position used to exist, and then we tried to take another approach. So next question.
So, I watch all the Type A and Type B boards, and I want to say it was almost a year and a half ago that both boards actually discussed that they didn't need an actual person to do that job, and that's why Don remember we had a guy in there, I can't remember his name, who was the last guy that was actually the development director? Do you remember his name?
Michael Talley?
Landis, I think.
Landis, we've had Michael Talley, and then Molly Martin, and then Landis Adams, and then David Henley. David
Henley was the last one.
assistant city manager. That's kind of when the positions got split and they took over development services. And
Yeah.
did it like a threefold job.
But both boards decided that they didn't want one after Henley left. And so that's why the verbiage is different in here than it used to be when we did have an actual economic development director. So when both boards decided they didn't actually need a director, then we said, well, then we'll just take Dawn and you know, of course, with all the parts. Yeah, just that one guy who does 4 other jobs. Yeah.
The last man standing. All right, along that same line,
Yes.
Mr. Seitz, you were talking about the time. So you figured out that the Director of Development and Neighborhood Services was spending 33% of their time doing Type A business, 33% doing Type B business, 24% doing development services, and that's coming from the general fund, and then 10% doing the water sewer, which is coming from the water sewer fund.
Right now, it's jumping off.
Okay, so is that the reason why we're having to hire another development services person? Because he's not having a lot of time to spend
Well,
doing that job?
That's because the amount of permits and things that are coming in right now, Amber is 2 weeks behind all the time, and she's working hard and efficient. And so it's to help her and also make it easy to do business with us so that we attract people to want to be in the
Yeah.
city, not, you know how it is. People are frustrated and bad-mouthing Keene, then that doesn't help us.
Okay.
Yes, another question is underline item, that's 400, actually the last item, dash 110 dash 800, capital expenditure. And under capital project engineering sidewalks, so we have 200,000 here. I know they have earmarked for this year. I know in the past budget, we had like 50,000, which now they have increased to 200,000. So that means most of this money, some will go to engineering and planning, and some of it will go to actual pouring the concrete. So what is the plan here? By allocating this one, do they have a picture in mind which side they want to put the sidewalk?
There's a lot of what they have in mind. They would love to have every street have a sidewalk, but, you know, that's not foreseeable right now. So we're looking at extending down Eastern farther, and we're looking at, excuse me, going up Pecan. We're also looking at going up further 4th Street, you know, even if we go, I mean, so we still have, they haven't said exactly what we're gonna do with that money yet. They're just wanna set aside 200,000 towards sidewalks. Some sidewalks, we might be able to do 6 blocks with that money. Other sidewalks, we might be only do 3. It all depends on, you know, there's a lot of issues. There could be trees, or maybe not enough right-of-way, or the ground, you know, we might need retaining walls. So instead of just $50 a linear foot, it might be $300 a linear foot. So we're gonna look at all those and come back and make decisions on when and how to spend that money.
Now, the way it's worded on here, it says engineering for sidewalks. They're not expecting to spend 200,000 for
No,
engineering, are they?
It should, for engineering and sidewalks.
Should
is what
should
it
say
should
engineering and sidewalks. It says engineering for sidewalks.
Right.
Mr. Messer, if the council wanted to have a say on where the sidewalks go, do we get a say after we approve this budget, or can the Type B board then just spend this money because the council approved it?
Yeah, no, the council can direct.
We can still direct?
Yeah.
So once they come back and decide where they want to do it, that can come back before council, and then we can approve that?
Yeah, but, yeah,
Okay.
project by project by project, and
Okay.
you can instruct that to them,
Okay,
meeting by meeting, or however you want to do it.
okay, we
But
don't need to
you
put
have
that,
control.
okay, but we don't need to put in the motion or anything?
No,
No, okay,
that's the law.
okay, so we get a say on it later, once they decide where they want to put it, then we can,
You might want to make sure that the board understands that, because you don't have a council liaison there, right? Yeah, so okay, just to make
Yeah,
sure,
well-
just make sure they understand the directive
Okay.
of the council, really. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
he comes to the meeting, but he's not on the
Yeah,
board.
that's not the same thing.
Yeah,
Right.
he's not on the board.
But yeah, the board understands that though.
Okay,
All of these projects, again, they want to put them in the budget, and each one of
Yeah.
them will have to have the two public hearings.
most likely where they put it's going to be fine, as
Usually,
long as
one of
there's
them will be
things
at the
for
board for
sidewalks,
the
yeah.
board to approve, and then the second public hearing would usually be at council for
Yeah.
council to approve.
Okay. Any other questions, council, that you have about this item?
I move we accept it.
Okay. Do I have a
Second.
second? I'm sorry, who
Second.
seconded it? Smith, okay. All right, we have a motion on the floor by Shaw and a second by Smith to approve the Keene Economic Development Corporation Type B Board Budget for fiscal year 2025, 2026. All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous, motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. And agenda item 6L, the last one that we pulled for discussion, consider approval of an agreement with Butcher? How do you spell that? How do you say that name?
Voucher.
Morgan and Young, Public Accounting, which is an independent auditor company to conduct the audit of fiscal year 2024.
So a little backstory on this. The city's used Forvis for the last 5 years. And based on best business practices, after 5 years, you should change anyway. And originally, I was thinking about using them again for a 6th year. But then, as I mentioned, when I learned that some cities are 3 years behind on audits, I decided to take a little extra time to give Mira time to get her feet under her. And then a gentleman you're going to meet tonight, named Doug Martella, he's here to talk about the tax rate. He's been helping us, again, set up our systems the way they should be so that we can be efficient. And so he's been very, very helpful, and he's been an auditor of cities. He's worked for cities. I'll let him give you his resume when he gets up here. But anyway, he recommended some different law firms, and because of the situation, I decided let's just change now, start fresh, and move forward with a new audit firm. So this is just the audit firm, so that we can begin the audit for last year.
Did our previous auditors say that they wanted to stop? Was Forvis not happy with us?
No, they weren't. It wasn't that they were unhappy with us.
Or,
But-
we made them just do those bank reconciliations, and then I don't know if we've been keeping up with them or not, but,
Well, there was also some, we just weren't very comfortable. The fact that there's a lot of things that needed fixed back there, and it wasn't necessarily in the audit was,
because I thought they had served us very well for the last several years. I thought they were a good company to work
Well,
with.
And again, I don't know, I didn't work with them, but again, based on best practices, most cities change audit companies every 5 years.
Yeah, I
and
don't
that's
think there's a time regimen on it, though. There's not like a state that says you have
Oh,
to do
there's
it.
not a state.
It's just occasionally, yeah, sometimes it's a good idea to get fresh perspective. Every occasionally,
Everything you're saying is accurate. It's usually a 5-year period.
yeah.
And Mayor, I'd like to say that in my discussion with the city manager, this new company is less money than Forvis was. Is that correct?
Mhm. Yeah, a little bit.
So do we know the history of this company, like who they've served?
You can ask, Doug, you can speak to him, right?
Yeah, I think this particular lady, that's usually in charge of the ones that she audits for cities that I work on. So I have experience with her, and she's around the Stephenville, Granbury area, that's where they're out of. So they're kind of around the area. So I know they've been around quite some time. So I asked her to bid on it or throw a quote out there, and we can kind of go from there, so.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So the reason why I'm also kind of concerned here a little bit, I know best practices, we can say best practices, we need to change, these professionals every 2-3 years. I've worked with the current auditors in the last, I think, I've worked with them twice when we were doing the budget. And I know they are very thorough. They did point out some things that we were not kind of up to par with where we were supposed to be. And also, I can say that there was a lot of commitment because they know our challenges with our budget. And I know we have new finance director. I know we had Charles back then with a lot of experience with local government. And now you have a new director coming in, and then you are bringing a new auditor, which means they might look cheap. We don't want to pick somebody because they're cheap, because we have seen how much we have spent by not keeping up. And they have been very gracious enough to point out that we have to bring this and this and this so that we are compliant. And they worked through thick and thin when we had cyber attack. And I could see how they worked with us around the clock when the former director, I know Charles used to spend a lot of time here. So I know there is best practice. As a city manager, you might have a preference of working with certain professionals. But I think it will be reasonable, since we have a new finance director, to work through this budget here. We haven't even gotten the book. I know you have briefed us a little bit. And then maybe once our directors come to speed, I'm not saying that you are good at what you do, but once you come to speed with the current auditors and we don't have anything, then maybe next year we can get another firm and try to work with them. Because I've seen the way they work, and I've talked to some of the other farms and cities that they do serve. And I think the cost should not be, and best practices should not be the only reason to choose another company, and then we are going to run into issues of inconsistencies, and then we have to pay another maybe $100,000 to reconcile the records to bring us to speed. I know it might not be convenient.
Forvis is the reason we have spent a lot of extra money. I have no relationship with Forvis, and I have no relationship with this company. And first of all, they should audit and give us those things because that's their job. Second of all, I'm not going with them necessarily because they're cheap, because it's not cheap. An audit is $54,000. That is not cheap. I'm not trying to save pennies here. I'm trying to do best practices, and based on the things that I saw, I had concerns with using Forvis again, because everything looked great out here, but Mir is having to do a ton of cleanup back there because it wasn't set up properly. And again, that's not a knock on anybody, it's just, it wasn't done right. And so, and trust me, I don't just make these decisions by myself. I sit down with my directors and we have a discussion on it. So it's not me dictating to Mira who she needs to use. Mira is a part of this decision, and this is the company she's comfortable with, just like with the attorneys. They've been vetted, they've been spoken to, they've been interviewed. This is who we are comfortable using moving forward.
Okay, Mayor, I know we are supposed to finish this, but will it be not reasonable? I mean, I know we can say, I'll recommend this company. We have been told before, we want this software. It will be great. Councilman Easley, I know you want, I still have the floor. I know we have been told here before the council here, oh, this software will be perfect, great. It will do all these kind of, all the bells and whistles, everything will work great. And then 1 year later, oh, it doesn't work the way we expected. Now we have spent money to go and get this other software, and we have seen, all of us, that play out. So I think as a council, you saw we what briefed some of the deficiencies or some of the issues with our previous city attorney. And then we chose as a council and say, let's go to this direction. So it's my first time I'm hearing that there are some issues. It's the first time I'm hearing that there are some issues.
Cost to do the bank reconciliation?
I'm just saying, you're saying there are some issues that you have caught with some of the
You guys
the
are
company.
hearing the issues all along, and that
Yes.
stems from,
So,
yeah, please, Mayor.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I've been here almost 4 months. Almost 4 months. I got to one of the first things that Jonathan asked me. Speak up like this. Okay, all right. Don't need to repeat that. I've been only here 4
You can
months.
pull it up closer towards you if you want.
Closer.
Yeah, lift
This
it up.
will work better. Okay.
Okay.
I'll get better at this, I promise. Okay, so one of the things that think outside the box. Yes, I can do that. Let's try it again. If I may, I understood that we had a system migration from Encode to FundView, and you are correct. I think system, to be honest with you, Councilman Goodwa, is as well as the operator. It's literally GIGO. You put garbage in, you spit out garbage. And I think, in all honesty, the system, FundView, I went, you guys sent me to the Austin Financial Boot Camp, and there were 72 other people who attended, and I wanted to network, so I made them put their hands up who used FundView. And at that time, on that day, there was only 2 other cities that used FundView. The problem, I think, with FundView is not that it's not a good software. I think the first failure that was done is that the migration from Encode to FundView was completely, well, it wasn't complete. Let's just say that. That's the first question, and that was the first issue. And the second issue, the features in FundView, I think initially when we first had it, was not all fully deployed. Mr. Doug Martella here is a consultant who is also a CPA, an auditor that we got from Zach Financials, who is attached to Zach Tax. They are specialized in municipal government cities and counties, right? As well as fund. See, I'm really good at this. So what I have encountered, all the things that were supposed to be done, there is a way to do it, but if you're going to go old school accounting, it's not gonna work in FundView. I don't wanna go into details, but I'm gonna go into details just to give you an example. You can clear out account payables by doing journal entries. You can do it all day long. However, in FundView, there is a work process flow that you have to follow in order for it to go down. You know, if you have paid something in the bank and you actually let go of your AP, there's actually a way to do it in the system. And what is done in the past is just a lot of journal entries. So even though it hits the journal entry, you can actually run a revenue and expense report, but it takes a lot of long hours. I mean, long hours. I think it takes Mr. Charles maybe 2 days to come up with a financial statement. He would have to extract the data, and he'll have to do it on a spreadsheet, and he has to manipulate certain things so that it would match, not manipulate like in a bad way, but like group it in a way so it's presentable and understandable for the council and, you know, for everybody. And so that was the issue. The second issue, when I found, when I got here with Forvis, I don't want to say my pride, I really want to do the best that I can. After I learned about, of course, before this too, after I learned about the demographics of Keene, I'm extra mindful about how we spend the money, Councilman Goodwa. When Forvis had sent us a list of journal entries, what I have found, I think Mr. Sides can speak to it, Mr. Williams can speak to it, Mr. Martella can speak to it. They were not journal entries. Initially, I thought there was something that Mr. Charles didn't understand that I could just easily import into the system, but it wasn't. They were just lists of transactions that were missing from the bank. So in order for you to do a journal entry, I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to, I'm just sharing. If you know the debit, you have to know what the credit is, and you can't just put it in one thing, and just consider it done. And to me, with the cost that was billed to us, and the amount of work that was still left for Mr. Charles and I to do, I don't think they were mindful of the size of our city and the money that the taxpayers are putting in to the city. So therefore, when this opportunity came up, I met Doug Martella, and he actually is really, really good with FundView. He's helping with 2324 because there's only so much I can do. He's dealing with 2324, and me and my team, we are attacking 2425 to get it current. So it's actually why, I didn't really have, I don't want to say I had to say. Jonathan, Doug Martella brought us, the new accounting firm. I don't know them, but I trust that they have worked with other cities before here, and they are local. And, we brought it up to city manager, and looking at the cost and how much we have already spent with Forvis, I can't really put my hand on my heart, look at God, and look at Mr. Vincent and say, yes, we are using your money wisely and faithfully. So I can't say that, and that's just my honest opinion. If I have to, and I'm really thankful that you're mindful that I'm still new, I will work with any auditors. At this point, I just want to get it done. But if you ask me, from the bottom of my heart, if it were me, if it were my money, if it were my business, would I do it? No, sir, I would not. And I would think that would be the same thing that you would ask me to do if it were, It's costing us too much money with very little results.
So are we still using FundView then?
Yes, ma'am.
We are still using it, okay.
Yes.
And this company, where are they located at? You said they're local,
So, yeah, Granbury?
Granbury?
Out of Granbury, yes.
And Forvis was in Dallas?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to say a couple of things here. I'm mindful of what we need to do, and I think that we have absolutely the best staff to be able to do it right now.
Thank you.
I think that it's been put together very carefully. I have been at many, many meetings with a lot of the people on the staff, and I can tell you that I have the fullest faith in what they're doing and why they're doing it. And I look up in Google, yeah, everybody likes Google, right? They have a 5-star rating. So, the entire town needs change. We're changing. We have to change. So we need to just embrace it and change. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor. So the reason why I'm asking you
Yes,
is, it's a concern. We like feedback.
Yes.
And I like professional advice.
Absolutely.
If I'm wrong, the city attorney will tell me this is the way something should be. And I'm willing to listen.
Yes, sir.
My problem is here, it's not like I don't, as Councilman Bob Chapman has said, I have faith in all our staff, and I do respect the time they put into this.
Yes.
The issue I'm having here, just a concern, because I've been in this room here for the last maybe 10 years, I've seen how the council, the money plays out sometimes with auditing. I'll say, have you made this company aware that some of the processes that they are dealing with us or with what they're doing, how it's affecting us? Or are these issues they have been trying to help us stemming from us by not entering the information correctly, and then they have to tell us, go and do this and this and this before we change it? I'd like to support your recommendation. I know the councilman, Bob Chapman, might have the full support and say, I want this to move forward. The issue I'm having is, before we jump into another one, and I know how it normally goes, there's a recommendation, they're local, and then we end up spending more than what we are intending to save. And as I've told you, I did not know all this information until today, that there were some issues on the back end that you are dealing with. And that's why I'm saying, if you can give us the council time, we want to give you all the support. I want to support your recommendations. If you can give us, maybe give us this information so we can know how to avoid the same issue with the current, whatever you want to recommend, so that we can save the taxpayers' money. And that's my only problem. I'm not saying like you're not doing the great job that you can do, but I'm just saying I want to support your recommendation. But it's concerning that I'm just hearing this today, that there were some issues between the city and the auditing company. So I don't know, either it's our fault or their fault.
Are you having meetings with our city manager on a regular basis?
Should I have a regular meeting every single time?
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, if I have a question, I ask, but it has never been brought before.
Asking you a question.
If I have a question, I do reach out.
I just asked a question. Are you having a regular meeting with our city manager to learn these things that are going on behind the scenes? That's all.
Is it a requirement that I have to have a regular?
It's a yes or no. With that in mind, I'd like to go ahead and approve letter L on our agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve the agreement with Butcher, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, Morgan and Young Public Accounting, which is an independent auditor company, to conduct the audit of fiscal year 2024 by Foster, and a second by Smith. All in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed? Motion is carried. Okay,
Mayor.
go ahead.
May I request that we move on general, item D to the beginning, out of respect for Doug, who's here this evening. He lives 3 hours away, and
I'm
we'd
sorry,
like to
move which one? D,
item D, the tax
the
discussion.
tax,
to
and
the-
move that one like now?
Yeah, if you don't
Council, do you have
mind.
any objection? Okay. All right, we're going to start with agenda item number 7D. Review and discuss the no new revenue tax rate, the voter approval tax rate, and the city's proposed tax rate for fiscal year 2025, 2026. Following discussion of the proposed tax rates, the city council will consider approving the proposed tax rate of fiscal year 26, which requires a record vote, and shall schedule the public hearing dates for adoption of the proposed tax rate and budget.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having me here tonight.
There we go. I'm still short, too. Thank you for having me tonight. I know there's been some introductions already of me. Doug Martella, we come from a bigger company called ZachTax, which started as a software and property tax analysis company. And that software is in about 300 cities across Texas. My branch is the fractional CFO branch, as you would say. So I basically go in, or me and my small team go in to cities, kind of catch them up, the work that they need to be caught up, their audits, help with their budget, and kind of get them to a place where we're moving forward instead of always looking back. And we're kind of like a subscription. So, you know, if all goes well, we get through 9 months to a year, you just turn us off, you don't need us anymore. So that's kind of how that situation works. So I personally, we're in about 30, 35 cities, communities across Texas now, just kind of helping them out and getting them to where they need to be. So just a little introduction of me. And I guess we'll start with your tax rates. So I know tonight you got to take a roll call vote on the proposed tax rate, which tonight is just, remember, it's a not to exceed amount. So it's not necessarily this is you're adopting or anything. This is just a not to exceed. You can't come back and go higher than this. You can come back and go lower than this when you adopt it. Okay? So just going through a few of the key slides here. We did a little analysis on the certified appraisal roll. You'll see 2024 is 441 million, and this year is 449 million. So it actually increased by about 1.9%, but a lot of that was new property. So the existing property actually went down a little bit, which is a little bit rare that I've seen in all that I've done, but it went down a little bit, which kind of kept the tax rate rather stable. So that. And then we did a little correlation history here. So as, you know, as your population and your tax appraisals rise, your tax rate should fall, unless you're doing big projects or issuing debt or something like that. So that's kind of these next two slides here is your levy's kind of going up as the tax rate goes down, as you bring in more homes, more appraised value, and the further the growth is, the lower your tax rate will go. So just real brief, state law requires us to present the information so you can set a rate not to exceed. That's the no new revenue rate, the voter approval rate, debt service rate. We also have the no new revenue maintenance and operations rate, and then the unused increment rate that's in there. And I'll kind of briefly go over any definitions. The no new revenue rate is basically the same tax rate that would get the same revenue as last year. Okay, so that's the no new revenue tax rate. So that's all calculated based on what the levy was last year to get to the tax rate this year to get the same amount of revenue. The voter, you got a question?
Yeah, so as I understand that, if the appraisals go up, then the tax rate has to go down because you have to maintain the revenue.
Same revenue, yes. So a lot of this stuff is based on revenue, not necessarily your tax rate. So even though the optics of a tax rate may go up, there may be situations where, you know, your appraisals go way down or something happened to that effect. So you got to keep your revenue right where it's kind of at. The voter approval rate, that's 3.5% above the no new revenue rate. That is really the maximum allowed by law without triggering an election. Cities under 30,000 people can go to the de minimis rate without triggering an election, but it does, you know, cause some issues going up, you know, 8% as opposed to 3.5%. And then we have the no new revenue maintenance and operations rate. That's basically the same definition as the no new revenue rate. So your M&O rates, the levy stays the same to collect the same revenue, and you can kind of fluctuate your interest and sinking rate as you need. So next we got the unused increment rate. So if you adopt a tax rate less than the maximum allowed, like let's say this year you adopt a tax rate less than the voter approval rate, next year you'll have some unused increment that you can use and pick up in the tax rate. So that kind of carries over and it drops off every 3 years. So I know there's some stipulations that are trying to get rid of that in the law, but right now as it stands, it kind of carries over from year to year. And actually, the not to exceed rate that's in the proposal here includes some of that tax increment from the prior year. So, and then you got the interest and sinking rate, and that's primarily there to pay your debt. Yeah.
Would you, this is all kind of Greek to me.
Yeah, that's fine.
So would you mind running over that unused increment rate again?
So let's say the voter approval rate this year is $1, okay? And you adopt a 98 cents. Then next year, there'll be some calculation to come up with that 2 cents or 1.5 cents that you can pick up next year. Okay, so you didn't use it this year, you're allowed to pick it up the following year. And that can continue on for a little while.
But then you said 3 years that would go away.
Yeah, so every 3 years, the last one would go away, so, as it currently stands right now. So here are a little comparison of last year's tax rates to this year's proposed tax rates. And I obviously don't have my glasses, so give me a second here and pull it up. But we are proposing to drop the tax rate just a hair, about, I don't know, negative 0.5% or so, negative 0.6%. So, and the debt service rate actually falls 23% off that. And we tried to capture the full voter approval M&O side. So the maintenance and operations rate is going to go up by 3.5%, plus the unused increment last year. And that's how we were able to drop the INS rate to keep the tax rate relatively the same for the citizens. So I know I put a lot of things into one sentence there. So you have your maintenance and operations rate. You're allowed to raise it by 3.5% to collect that additional revenue. That's what we did. And then the unused increment from last year, which amounts to about 2 cents-ish, we put that in there, and then we dropped the INS rate down to account for that, so that the tax rate wouldn't be proposed at 85, 86 cents. It would be proposed at a relatively the same as last year, even less than last year. So the last slide here just kind of goes over the average taxable home value in the city. So yes, it did drop from 198 to 196. And with the proposed tax rate that's in front of you, it would save the average taxpayer about $26 annually going down. It would allow us to pick up more money in the general fund, and it would save the taxpayers the $26 on the end. So. Oh, I do have this little slide here. This is kind of from your budget a little bit. There's a lot of different cities, a lot of different communities have a lot of different makeup, but this one is very, very heavy property tax and not very heavy sales tax. So typically, we kind of see a little bit larger spread with sales tax coming in. So I just kind of wanted to show the slide that almost half of the general fund revenue is actually made up of property tax. So the decisions on the property tax greatly affect the general fund budget.
So we're not very far off the no new revenue rate then this year. Sometimes we've had a further disparity between the two, but we're really at 0.83, 4134, and the no new revenue rate is 0.81, 6257. So it's less than 2 cents.
Right.
So we're really close this year. Sometimes we've been off, and what we're proposing reducing it by is less than 0.5 cent, according to my calculations here, like 0.42, but of 0.5 cent. So under 0.50, which would be 0.5 cent. So if we went to the no new revenue rate and actually adopted that as our cap, we then don't have to have any public hearings. Is that correct, Mr. Messer? Is that exempt?
I don't know the answer.
You don't know that one?
I
Okay.
believe that is
'Cause
correct.
I understood that if you
may.
don't have, if you don't raise it and we say we're gonna do the no new revenue rate, then it excludes us. We don't have to then have the people come in here and do a public hearing talking about the tax rate,
Yep.
because we're adopting the no new revenue rate, which we've never done, and I keep wanting us to do, because it would be really neat to do that. There's one other city, I think, that just did that. They just adopted the no new revenue rate as well. And we had some do it last year, and we didn't do it.
Well, I mean, we have several things going for us. First of all, property values are frozen for the next few years, which I appreciate because it allows us to get what I would consider a real baseline. Our city's very fortunate because population is going to grow, and I think there's this perception, including me, honestly, even before I got in the seat, was, council just determines taxes up and down, which you guys have that ability to do. But I think what these numbers are proving is that for the next several years, the tax, and you correct me if I'm wrong in my assumption, but the tax rate with the growth of the population will come down, and that insulates our city, because so if we spend the next few years on residential growth and we focus on commercial development, when things plateau and it's no longer coming down, now we'll have that sales tax revenue to continue to keep it the same or lower. And so, I'm just going to say it, God's good. I mean, the city is in a good place right now to, with a proper strategic plan, you know, we will realize lower taxes and growth.
I think that's what some of the cities that I deal with that are like high-growth, hyper-growth cities, that's kind of what we've seen, is that tax rate starts dropping rather dramatically. So I think as you build and as more homes come in here, you'll start to see this start to go down. Now, that doesn't mean the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate are still there for you to adopt, but the actual rate itself will come down,
No.
so.
Well, we could cap it tonight, and then we could still decide that we wanted to do that when we come to the adoption time. We just have to then advertise and do the public hearings.
How much revenue does a penny gain the city?
$38,000.
So, Mayor,
Go.
okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Goodwill.
Go ahead.
She called on you. Go for it.
Go ahead.
So I have some questions that hopefully I'm hoping that we can all kind of wrap our brains around here, but the governor did just sign a bill which is going to go to the voters for an extra $40,000 of homestead exemption. So for every homeowner that owns their home here, there's going to be another $40,000 added to that. And then on top of that, if you are a senior citizen, now there's like up to 60. So senior citizens get like 200, and then people of my age or below get 140. So, which it was 100. So that's another $40,000 of money that gets put back into your pocket as a homeowner. Not, I mean, logistically, right? So meaning that's not taxable income that you're paying against your house, is what I'm trying to say. So with that, factoring that in and kind of basically what he just asked you as far as the question, as far as the penny, I know $38,000 is not a whole lot when it comes to spreading that out over all of these homes. So if everybody has an extra $40,000 in exemption, what does that do for the amount of money that, you know,
Yeah.
are you tracking that? You see
I'm
what
tracking
saying?
it, because we have done analysis for cities with that
And
type of
so,
situation.
if you can finish my statement, in other words.
Yeah, obviously, I'm not gonna have an answer today as far as how much money that may, you know, that may lose you, or how much, or that would affect the tax rate overall. Obviously, if you have more exemptions, you know, the tax rate may make up for that, because it's based on revenue, right, for the city. So it's a possibility down the line. But we have done some analysis for that, and that's kind of the effect is, you know, the tax rate may go back up, based on how many people have exemptions. So,
Yeah, and that's what worries me about lowering it or keeping it the same, because the revenue's gonna change, because essentially, we're not gonna get another $40,000 of actual taxable, you know, money's coming in, because that's 40 grand, and in some cases, that's 100 grand extra for senior citizens, so that's a lot. So just wanted to keep that open, so.
Mr.
Something else for council to keep in mind is we're gonna be doing a remodel out here on the police station, just on 67. And I've heard numbers thrown around of around $1 million or somewhere, is that close? If you did 1.5,
And please know, that's not just the building, that's also to get our police department up to speed with technology, cameras. You know, originally it was gonna be 2 million, because we were trying to get a couple police cars in there, but now it's 1 to 1.5. Again, we'll get closer estimates when that time comes, but yes, there's, you know,
so to service that debt, if we're just doing simple math, in a 10-year note, that's like $12,500 a month. So if you're looking at, you know, that $38,000 would go a little bit toward something like that, if you're, you know, looking down the road.
yeah, if I may talk about that, I don't want to complicate things, but that's kind of what I do, I guess. Some of your, or a large portion of your debt is paid, it's split between the water fund and your tax rate. Okay, so combination bonds allow you to do that. So in that regard, there's always the option as you grow, with homeowners, you're gonna get more water revenue. So you may not have to rely on water funding so much of that debt anymore, which means you have more capacity in the interest and sinking fund to actually do things like that may not affect your tax rate a whole lot that you think it may. So you have those options down the line because of the way this is structured.
Mr. Goodwin,
yeah.
you want to speak?
So this one, I do agree with you. I've looked at the numbers. We have been on this discussion. I know there's a concern always that what if this happened? What if this happens? So that's okay. So with this 0.829878, I know last year there was a slide here that you showed that was a point, was it 826578? So if we were to go with that, I know last year we are supposed to capture almost $25,687. And this one, 8.29878, you said we are capturing approximately 30 for this year. The city is capturing the surplus of the last year.
That's every penny.
Yes.
So a little bit different because there's also 13 million in new value that's on the books too. So that math is going to be a little bit skewed by the new value coming in that's paying the tax versus what we're increasing on the existing values. So the 38,000 may not translate exactly to, I can kind of tell what you're thinking. We're lowering it a penny, so is it costing us 38,000, or we're lowering a half a penny, is it costing us 19,000? Not necessarily because of the new value coming in. So there's that piece of it too.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you for answering that question. So I think because everybody wants to go home, and there's a lot of room for discussion. I know this is just a ceiling, and then we can bring all these ideas later. So will it be okay, Mayor, to make a motion?
Go ahead. Read
So-
it as it's written on the,
I move that council approve the proposed tax rate of 0.829878 per 100 of taxable assessed value of fiscal year 2026.
Point of order,
And set-
that wasn't quite the right number. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you read the number wrong, sir.
I
Okay.
thought you read it right.
Say it again.
Say the number again, the tax rate.
So I'd like to start again. I move that the council approve the proposed tax rate of, there's a dollar sign, 0.829878 per $100 of taxable assessed values for fiscal year 2026, and set the date for public hearing to receive public comments during the September 11th special council meeting.
Councilman Gutwal, you are reading it right, but it's the wrong number on your red line item. I apologize.
I'm sorry, I'm confused now.
Yeah, just,
On that is wrong. So on the paper is correct, on the.
The number
The
should
paper is
be,
wrong?
the number should be 0.828978.
Oh,
0.8,
so the paper is wrong, okay.
0.82,
Point
89.
79.
Okay, so our packet is incorrect.
okay, so you want me to repeat or just? So the number is 0.828998. 78.
7.8.
Okay, let me repeat again.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Everybody got that tax rate? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, this time I have to call for a record vote. So I'm just going to go down the list here. It says Lisa Parrish, Mayor. I am present but not voting.
Mayor?
And then I'm going to ask Bob Chapman, are you voting yes or no?
Yes.
Mr. Easley is absent. So I'm recording that for the record. Next individual is Rob Foster. Are you voting yes or no?
I believe Mr. Smith had a little bit more discussion.
I was going to ask for a little more discussion. We should be able to discuss it after a motion is made.
Well, we just kind of go through and do a record vote. We don't really discuss it
We usually
again.
discuss everything after a motion and a second's been made, so I didn't get to say anything during the discussion, so somebody made a motion before I could get to that.
Discuss it again, or do we? I've already started the record.
And I
vote.
know, you have the control of the meeting. Yeah, I mean, the point's well taken, but she's started the vote, and it's a record vote, so she's the presiding officer.
I'm gonna go ahead and continue the vote. If
Yeah,
we
I
don't-
know
If
you
it doesn't pass, then we can have a discussion if we make another motion.
Well, Mayor, is that really the right thing to do? I mean, I know you're in control, but
I know, I'm in the middle
if
of it.
Mr. Gutwall wanted to say something, I'm sure he would be allowed.
If
I
we
mean, he got to
stop
say
now
his
and have a
piece.
discussion, then I'm gonna start this process over, and we're.
Holy cow, that's going to ask Mr. Chapman how he votes? Let's start it over.
All right, Mr. Smith, go ahead, you have the floor.
So what we're trying to do here is we're trying to set a tax rate that we can't actually increase when we actually come back to actually vote on it, correct?
Correct.
So we're not giving, this is the ceiling.
This is the ceiling.
So I would caution all of us that we're not giving ourselves any wiggle room. And what I mean by that is today I did sit with Mr. Seitz and I asked him what our wiggle room is between the budget and this number. And you want to know what that number is? $41,000. That's the difference between what the budget is and what we're fixing to collect by this number. Did anybody ask that question during this discussion right here? No.
That's just right now. We're hoping there's going to be more savings as we continue to trim.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Today is 41,000.
We're hoping, but we've dealt with this every year. I've sat in those seats right there, and I've come up to that podium and I've said, why do we, I mean, I tithe more than that in a given year, right? I give more than that. That's ridiculous that we would only have $41,000 between the difference in our budget when I've heard every one of these council people that have been up here, you know, scoff at 41,000 at times. We should be looking at having at least a $200,000 to $300,000 buffer to protect ourselves. What happens when we get into February, April of next year, and all of a sudden we've got a catastrophe that isn't insurable, that now we have to come up here and make a hard decision to either pay out of reserves because we no longer have the money for it? I mean, are we really thinking about this smart? I really wish we would think that maybe setting it at 86 or 87 cents would be more feasible as a ceiling. We can always come back to this when we actually approve and adopt it, back to something more manageable. But right now, we don't even have the numbers completely together, and yet y'all are ready to vote on this thing, and then we can't raise it a penny. Sorry, I didn't mean to say a dime, but you know what I'm saying. We can't increase it by anything, and then we're stuck, and we put ourselves in a fix. So, I mean, you guys vote how you want to, but that does not sound fiscally responsible as a council person.
Mr. Goode,
Okay,
you want to speak?
Mayor, this is just a ceiling, and we have opportunities. I said we have opportunities for the next few weeks to make some good discussion and get in touch with the city manager. This is a recommendation. I did not make up this number. It's a recommendation from the staff, and you said you want to support the staff so that we can be able to see where we can have opportunities to help the taxpayer out there. Thank you.
Mr. Foster?
So what would be the highest we could go before it had to be voter approved?
You could go all the way up to the de minimis if you wanted to. That's
What, 9.2?
925322,
Okay,
or anywhere in between.
all right. I think I agree with Councilman Smith, that tonight, we're just setting a ceiling. We're just telling the citizens we're not going to go above this. But I also think that I'd rather see some numbers about what our margin is going to be and then make my decision based on that.
So what did you say the rate was that brings it to a vote? Is it on here? Voter approval rate?
It'd actually be the de minimis, so that'd be full 8% above.
92532.
That one? Oh, okay, the .92, okay. But what you're suggesting, Mr. Smith, is raising the rate even higher than we did last year. I mean, we've been trying to slowly lower this rate to help our citizens.
No,
for
Mayor,
several
You're
years
not,
now.
no, you're not
We were at-
listening to what I said. I said, let's not keep the ceiling so low. This isn't an actual vote to actually adopt this right now. This is so that way we have something to work with. We can always bring it down, but we don't even know the numbers. So y'all are trying to be political here tonight,
Well-
throwing this in.
Political.
Yeah, you are.
We're-
There's an agenda behind it all. Why do you think Easley's not here?
We just sat through 3 budget
And
workshops. We had 3 budget workshops that told us the expenses. Mr. Seitz is telling us he can pass this.
If
he
you're
can
good
approve
with
this
41,000,
budget and
Mayor.
that he can balance it. So why are you
Mayor,
arguing
we
with Mr.
haven't seen
Seitz?
any expenses to this point. Have you got some?
Well, that's not our fault, though. We've asked
No,
for a
no.
budget book for a line item, and we haven't received it yet, but he says he's going to get it to us at the next
Okay, but you
meeting.
just said that we've seen expenses.
Yeah, we saw the expenses under the thing, yeah. And he just said that he's going to have to cut the
saw-
ambulance and some, and he's still got it.
We saw
he's-
projections. That's the word we're looking for, projections, right?
Okay, if you want to call it projections.
Is there anything
Fine, but I'm
concrete in
telling
what
you,
we've seen?
Mr. Seitz has gone through the projections and said that he can balance this budget and that we can adopt it, and we still have more tweaking to do and more
Okay, so
time.
that tweaking, if you go to adopt this, hit this number tonight, there's no room to tweak, possibly. That's all I'm saying is, let's leave some room to tweak and then come back once we get our books, once we all sit down and put our heads together, and then we'll adopt whatever number we agree on. But I don't like being handicapped to a low ceiling.
So again, for the record, the things I showed was just the things that we need to try to accomplish in the future.
Some of them are on the
Not
wish
necessarily
list.
this year, not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all that was. And I've heard that I'm, like I said, bankrupting the city. That's not the case. This is just me showing what we're trying to accomplish. I will agree, I like Troy's way of thinking, okay? Our goal as a staff is to decrease taxes. But again, there's a lot to accomplish. So this is where I leave it in your hands. Now, again, there will be a book tonight that we're handing out on your way out for you to review. But again, there's still more to tweak in there. So here's the thing. I'm going to say this very loud. This is simply part of the process. I really don't want to see it on Facebook that, we are still tweaking. We still have to get back fringe benefit cost. We don't have those back yet, and that's not our fault. Employee benefits, we still have to review cost savings in other areas. So right now, it's just 41,000. And again, also in there is not factored in either a fleet or buy. And just so you know kind of what I'm thinking in the back of my head, I think there's an additional $130,000 worth of savings not in the budget yet, which when you pull out maintenance, you add the $130,000 plus the $41,000 right now, and budgets can go both ways. We may find more cost. It looks like we can do the fleet. And again, I will present again on the 21st. But if we want to buy, I'm going to tell you right now, we need an additional $200,000 on top of that to solve a problem over the course of the next 6 years. So I like the way he's thinking, but just know as a goal, our goal is to bring taxes down with the right process. Okay? So anyway.
And just to be clear, so is my goal.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not going to shoot for, heaven help us if we go up to 92 cents, okay? I don't see that in my future here
Vote's done.
as a council person, but I'm not opposed to voting for that tonight because that is the ceiling.
Okay, Mayor and Council. I know back in 2023, we had only $25,000, and the same discussion took place when we had the same kind of discussion. And $25,000, and the city did very well. There was a lot of like, oh, this, what if this, what if this? I'm telling you, when you go out there and see some of these residents selling their homes, moving to Cleveland and other places, they're saying, I can't afford this thing. You look them in the eye, and then they normally ask, so what are you guys doing at the city hall? I've talked to a lot of these residents. It's very serious. Councilman Bob Chapman can agree with me. We have talked to some of these residents, and what is driving them is the tax rate. Look at all these other cities. We can't compete. We want to bring businesses in and people to buy these new homes. It might not look like a lot, that 40,000, 41,000, but the city will get this. I mean, seniors will move here because they're getting almost 140,000, tax break from the
Exemption.
the state. Because if they pass this coming election, some of those propositions. But we want young families to move here who have kids. Are we winning them? No, they're moving to Cleveland. They're moving to Burleson. And the number one thing they say, I can't live here because of your tax rate makes the rent unmanageable. And the water is another problem. So I think we are setting a good pace. We are trying to attract these new people who want to come to Keene, businesses too. So by setting this recommendation from the staff, I think we can find some tweaking, as the city manager said, and be able to accommodate some of these needs that we need or the staff need.
This is a recommendation this is a proposed recommendation for this budget cycle. This does not mean that we can't have a ceiling above that right now. Literally, we have a month and a half before we have to actually come back to a roll call and actually adopt what it actually will be. But if we limit ourselves to that or below, we'll be in serious jeopardy if something catastrophic was to happen in our city. And I believe in exactly what Rob Foster said. There's too many things that are coming down the pipe, like our police station that we're obviously we're going to have to take a loan out on, but as we pay that back, I mean that's going to be thousands and thousands of dollars every month for us to spend, and where's that money coming from? That's not even in the budget yet, so that'll be something that we will have to amend anyway, So I'm just saying I don't see us going up or down any more than we already have. I'd love to lower the tax rate, but until we actually get the numbers in the book ironed out correctly, I say we leave ourselves some room so that way it makes us look fiscally responsible, that we are waiting for the numbers to prove themselves out. That's what they get paid to do. This is what they do. Let's give them the time to get it done, but let's not bury ourselves to, oh boy, we just shot ourselves in the foot. What happens if the numbers go up based on the numbers that they just talked about? He just talked about the fringe benefits. What happens if those numbers come back and it's a couple $100,000 more? We can't even raise this, so then now we're going to be in a deficit going into next year? That's fiscally responsible, isn't it?
I believe we already got the figures for that. If you're talking about the employee benefits, they said they were not raising us at all, so there is no change. We talked about that at the last meeting.
No,
Yes, Mr. Foster?
Well, you're wrong there too, but that's not surprising. So if you do the math on this, just for the average, well, because he just got through saying the fringe benefits aren't back yet, Mayor. He just literally just said that. Did you not?
But at the last budget hearing, we said they were not going to raise the cost,
The
though.
insurance isn't going to go up, but the fringe benefits, as I recall, were not
I mean,
We don't
can
know.
always find ways to spend money, Mr. Foster, if that's what you're suggesting. I mean, we can always say, let's give more fringe benefits now that we have more money, so what
Mayor,
Mr.
I'm not
Smith is
saying
suggesting
anything,
is.
I'm just saying that you are incorrect in your statement. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Now, what I'd like to point out is that Mr. Gutwa is saying that our tax rate is too high and people are leaving Keene because of that. I just did some, what they call a back-of-the-napkin mathematics, and the average household, according to this gentleman's numbers, is around 200,000, appraised value of $200,000. So every penny, so if you do the math here on the .834, or .84, which is what it was last year, it comes out to $1,680 a year is their tax. Is that correct? Average, right? Yeah. If you drop it to .83, it goes to $1,660. That's $20, not a week, not a month, a year. $20 a year is what it costs the average homeowner to drop a penny or go up a penny in our property tax. On average, we spent 45 minutes straining at a gnat here when it's literally $20 a year. Let's raise it up to something that we can work with and then deal with it when the real time comes. And I make a motion that we move it. Oh, there's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor, sorry.
Yeah, I have a motion on the floor.
With due respect, this is a recommendation from the staff. And I've told you that I've talked to these residents out here. You can see in their eyes. I know Councilman Rob Foster is saying that we can always come back and look at it and all that stuff. So most cities, as we compare ourselves, the only city that is higher than ours, is it Rio Vista?
I'm sorry?
The only city that is higher than ours, 1 point something.
Yeah, is that Rio Vista.
Rio
right
Vista.
now, because they have some real bad infrastructure issues.
So this number is not just a number, or let's raise the ceiling, which means raising the taxes for the residents. It's not about just a number. There is a very clear statement that the council is sending out there for the businesses that want to move in, for some of the new people who are moving from Fort Worth, Arlington, south, because they are being outpriced from their homes. And when they look, we are not right now very attractive. Even with this 8.28978, I mean, it helps a little bit. It shows that we are working hard to be able to compete with other cities so that you can keep these homes that we are building filled up or bought, so that we can get more taxes for the young, because seniors, they have a big tax break, so we're not going to make money from it unless we get young families here who are willing to pay 100% of the taxes of those homes or rent. So I'm okay with it, and then we can come back. Mind you, last year, I know City Manager Brent, we did tweak it almost like 3 times. We had a rough draft of the thing. We tweaked it until we found a sweet spot. So it can work. We have worked with thin margin than 41,000. We have worked with 20,000, and it worked just okay.
I just want to
Mayor?
clarify, this is not the no new revenue rate that's on the floor. This is a tax increase, and we will be voting, council, that this is a tax increase. If you propose a higher rate, then our tax increase that we're going to tell our citizens, it's going to be even higher than what this percentage is. And I think this is like 5-some%. I'm not sure. What's the percentage? Do you know? 5% increase? I thought I saw it somewhere.
I think it's in the, I don't know.
So we're talking about, this is an increase, and when we vote, we will be voting again, when you guys vote, that this is a tax increase, and that's what you're selling to the people.
Mayor, that's what you're selling to the people, but we only vote on the tax rate. The appraisal district is what sets the appraised values of the homes. You sell that as a tax.
He's talking about making a rate of 0.85, 0.86, and our current rate is less than that, so that is a rate increase.
Oh, Mayor. Look, let's call for the question.
Call for a question on what? You want me to call for a vote and complete? Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Gutwa and a second by Shaw to approve the proposed tax rate of 0.828978 of taxable assessed value for fiscal year 2026. and set a date for a public hearing to receive public comments during the September 11 special council meeting. I'm going to start the voting over on this. Lisa Parrish, mayor, is present but not voting. So Bob Chapman, are you voting yes or no? Yes. All right. Mr. Easley is absent. Mr. Foster, yes or no? No. Thomas Gutwa, yes or no?
Yes.
Johnny Shaw, yes or no? Yes. Troy Smith, yes or no?
No.
All right, we have 3 yeses and 2 no. Do I need to, will that carry? Okay, motion is carried.
Thank you, Doug.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to go back to agenda item number 7A. All right, discuss and consider action recommending to the Texas Department of Transportation's TxDOT take additional safety measures for pedestrians crossing FM 2280 Old Betsy Road between the SWAU Gymnasium and Calicut Park and/or moving the 35-mile-per-hour speed limit further north on FM 2280 Old Betsy Road to decrease speed upon entering the university and park area.
I'll try to make this real quick.
Okay?
So I met with the new engineer over there at TxDOT, had a good meeting with him and his number 2, and got to know kind of their process, how they do their budget, how it's figured, all that good stuff, and told him, that we would like for them to do a traffic study to decrease the speed limit. His recommendation to me was, you should do the traffic study if you're really interested and bring us the results. And he said, here's the reason why. He said, we're not there to monitor people speeding or any of that stuff. We simply do the study, and there is a formula that TxDOT uses that for every 100 vehicles, they basically take the top speed of 85 of them. And depending on what that average comes out to, that is what the new speed limit will be. He says a lot of cities do this thinking it's going to go in the direction they're hoping to, and instead it actually increases the speed limit. So his next question was, how many pedestrian accidents have you had? So I had Chief Kidd, it's in your packet there, kind of the accidents around the city. There has not been a single pedestrian accident at that crosswalk. He said that would be the only thing that would bring it down. He says, you've got a nice road, it's wide, it's got a turning lane. Chances are the speed limit would go up. And so he said, if you want to do the traffic study, pay to do the traffic study, you can bring me the results and I can tell you what would happen. But he said, if you ask me to do it and we do it, we will adjust the speed according to the study.
So who would do the traffic study, us or
The city.
TxDOT?
No,
The
the
city would
city.
do it?
Yeah, because if they do it, there's a good chance, and he said, he said it's already getting more congested, there's a lot of flow. He said, honestly, it would behoove us for the speed limit to increase. So, so that was his recommendation.
Did TxDOT also talk about the crossing lights then?
Yes, so onto the crossing light thing. So obviously, they're like us, they have to get things approved in the budget, all that stuff. So he said that he would, and again, just a blinking light on the side of the road is going to become white noise within a week. I would rather see an actual red light where you push a button and people cross. And so once again, how many pedestrian accidents have you had? None. I told him a lot of ducks have given their lives, but they don't take that into account. So and I did share with him that, because of my past with the university, there are actually donors that would be willing to also add money to this project. And he said, well, that's a first. I've never had anybody offer to help with a project. So what he asked me to do is get data from the university as far as how many events do they have at the gym, how often and how many students are crossing. To go to the park at, kind of high times and those types of things. So he said that might help sway. He said, I will definitely try to get that worked into the budget. So that's just kind of where we're at right now. I think it's just a matter of building the relationship and pooling resources and trying to make it happen, for the community. So
All right, does that still need council action then, if we put the flashing crosswalks, if the university's going to help fund it?
No, this is out of our jurisdiction.
They could do that with TxDOT,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mayor
Go ahead.
and Council, I have a question. I know we have not had an accident there, but there have been over the years a lot of near misses. And some of the residents have come before the council here to raise those concerns. And the problem has been in the past that if we contact the TxDOT and they do the study, you know, and see what's going on, and the chances are, from the advice from, I think, the former city manager and also, I think, the police chief and also, I think, the fire chief recommendations. They say from their experience they have seen in the past, when there's a study, they tend to increase, tends to go up. But this is where the problem is. Over the years, as I do normally walk along that street going to the park here. When we used to have our police chiefs park their vehicle, actually not without somebody inside, like actually having officers inside along before the Suau pond and also around, I think, the chambers of commerce around there. Actually, people used to drive very well, according to the speed limit. So if we have the study here, and I don't know, city attorney, if this is even legal, that if the city manager can, during this study, when they put those wires across the road to see actual speed limits people are kind of maintaining or overspeeding, if our officers can be able to make sure that they are driving according to the posted speed, because wherever they see the police officer, they tend to drive according to speed limit, so that we can get accurate, actually, data from TxDOT, and which might prove that actually we need to make those changes without impacting. Because right now, people speed because they know we no longer kind of keep track. We used to be known like, no speeding city, but I don't know if that can help. I don't know, the city attorney, how that can be even legal.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that if you want. A traffic impact analysis or speed study can be done whether there's police there or not. The police presence, I think you're right, is going to affect the validity of what the results and the accuracy of the results. So you probably don't want that.
Okay.
But his point is, if you don't have accidents, that's the end result, not necessarily speeding. That's what I'm hearing.
And even if you posted, because again, the goal is to lower the speed limit here, putting a police officer there doesn't mean they're going to go 35. It means they're going to go 45, which means the results aren't going to change at all. And again, that's also telling me to tell my police chief to make sure we have a police officer just sitting there the whole time instead of out doing what I would consider more important things for our city. So, again, I'm not big into swaying results just to get my way. I like to see what the actual data is, but y'all can tell me what you want to do. So.
Anyone else want to discuss this issue, council? I mean, if this was brought to my attention, the reason it's on the agenda, because I did have a citizen come to me and ask to move the speed limit sign, but I did meet with Mr. Seitz last week, and after he told me about all the traffic study, I thought, yeah, that kind of adds another expense to the city that we probably don't need to mess with right now, but I would like to see crosswalks there, so I would like to see a consensus of council, if maybe they could just tell the city manager to continue to contact the university and find out if they'll help fund that and work with TxDOT. Because I do see there is a need for it, because I've passed there several times and didn't see people that were standing there on the edge of the road, kind of the shrubbery and the stuff behind them kind of blurs them in, and their clothes blend in. And we've had a lot of near misses, and I've had a lot of people call me personally and complain. We've even had ducks cross, and stuff that cause problems. But yeah, I feel like we do need some flashing lights, or something and a button that people can press, and I think that would slow the traffic down then, and then only would slow it down when there's somebody in the crosswalk. I do think that could be very important for the city and that the residents would really like that. So, council, do you have a consensus? Would you like to say that yes, we would like to ask the city manager to continue communications with the university to talk about that, flashing lights?
Yes. I think that would be fine.
I'm actually, like, since it's SWAU's, maybe they should just take the initiative and deal with TxDOT themselves. I don't understand why our city manager has to be involved in that.
Because he's letting them know that we've gotten complaints from citizens, and that's why they're gonna move forward. If
He
they don't
just
know
says
that,
it's
then
not
why
our
would they take
jurisdiction.
action?
It's not our jurisdiction,
But
and it's their property on both
We're
sides.
allowing him to communicate with them about us so that we're all working together in the community. He's gonna let them know that we would like to see lights there and then get them to pursue it, and we'll leave it in their hands whether or not they pursue it or not, or whether they have the funds. So Bob, you were okay with the city manager talking to him? I mean, he's got contacts over there, so. I mean, we're gonna leave it in their hands. If they wanna do it, they do it, and Mr. Foster? No, Mr. Smith? Well, he's already done it. He said he's already reached out to them. So we're just letting him know we support him reaching out to them.
He reached out because we have an agenda item. That's why.
I know, and it's on there because a citizen reached out to me and asked for it. So this is kind of like showing that citizen that we heard them, we're listening to them, and we care, and we're trying to help them. We're trying to come up with a solution that's cost feasible and that will help that citizen.
And
Is that not what we're serving here for?
Yes, and he said it's not in our jurisdiction. So this
That
needs to be
doesn't-
something that happens between TxDOT and the school.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All we're doing is asking him to have that conversation to let him know
And I'm saying,
that council's supporting it.
he.
I'm not saying we're funding it.
No, I understand that, but he worked diligently to bring us this.
So
And
how
now
is
he
SWAU
needs
gonna
to-
know that
he
we
needs to
want
say that-
crosswalks if we don't tell them that we want flashing lights? How are they
That's-
gonna know it? They're
That's
gonna read
the
our
last
minds?
communication he needs to have is, hey, SWAU, you need to work with TxDOT on
That's
your
what I
own.
said. He communicates with SWAU, and then SWAU will communicate with TxDOT.
Sure,
That's what
one
I'm
last
saying.
communication.
That's what I'm saying.
My God.
All right, Mr. Goodwin, are you good with it?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
All right, you have a consensus, Mr. Seitz, to communicate with SWAU, have them then communicate with TxDOT about crosswalks, about flashing lights. We good? Can we move along, gentlemen? All right. Agenda item number 7B, review, discuss, and consider possible action or direction to staff on paving a portion of Fireside Village Drive.
Well, we did finish paving the big hole that's been over there. So the road is much flatter now.
I saw that. Are they done with it?
Yeah, they're done with it. So basically, I do believe the mayor requested to look into this, and so we are looking to add basically a sidewalk through the middle of the concrete road to create a more level, smoother surface so that they can walk out of the end hall from their building across the street, kind of so they can do exercises in the parking lot and come back to the building, just a more safer element, I guess. And we're looking at, we would cut the hole out, we'd cut up the road, and to put concrete in would be about $3,100. So,
That sounds very reasonable to go ahead and use, like you said, you're making a sidewalk from one end to the other, and that'll give them the path they need to take people across in a wheelchair or walker or something and improve their quality of life.
yeah, $3,100.
I'm showing pictures of this is today. So I took these pictures. This is the new paving,
Okay.
and then this is the walkway that you're.
Oh, okay, so that's
So-
where we're gonna add the sidewalk?
Well, this is
And-
this is what's there now.
And,
That's all
okay,
I'm showing.
so we need to come across from that ramp? Is that what you're looking at?
I don't know, I think you had a conversation with somebody over there.
Yeah.
I never really had a conversation
Okay, he's
with
just
them.
showing me a picture of a ramp that's
So,
in front
I
of,
just know
that's
the
off to the
road.
side of the nursing home.
And I'm just assuming, because they said they bring them out the
Yeah.
side of, which I've
That's
been in
probably
that
where they would
building,
bring
it's
'em
a
out, yeah.
hallway, and it wouldn't make sense to come off the sidewalks, because it's already concrete, and you don't really probably want them walking that close to the main road anyway. So I just assumed it was a sidewalk, and again,
Yeah.
we can move the 41 feet by 5 feet sidewalk anywhere.
Okay.
It's a 3,100
So we can just
cost
contact them, let them know
regardless.
where's the best spot they'd like it. Okay. All right, council, we've all had family members I know that have lived over at Town Hall Estates Nursing Home.
I think I've had more die over there than we've had live.
And, yeah, so this is, they reached out to me, and this is something they would really like, that would really help them with their residents. And we're just talking 3,100, what do you think?
For a piece of concrete, yeah, I would say do it.
Okay? You want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to build, to
Okay,
pour a concrete slab sidewalk at the end of the the
okay,
ramp
okay.
at Town Hall Estates.
Yeah, it's a motion to proceed with paving the discussed portion of Fireside Village Drive,
Oh,
is what the motion is.
absolutely.
All right, you'll make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do I have a
Wait.
second?
Are we talking paving or are we talking sidewalk?
It's basically a sidewalk through the road. It would be concrete. It would be concrete,
Yeah.
3,100.
Okay, but it's not pavement, it's concrete.
No, it's
So
concrete.
Yeah, that's paving concrete, sorry.
No.
Sorry.
So the pavement's there.
Pavement's asphalt, concrete's concrete.
We're cutting out the pavement and putting in concrete,
Right, we're pouring concrete.
correct,
Okay.
with
All right.
rebar and everything.
I have a motion, do I have a second to approve? Foster? Okay. Any further discussion on this motion? All in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous, motion is carried. All right, agenda item 7C, review, discuss, and consider possible action or direction to staff on updating Keene City ordinances, section 72.10, parking certain vehicles, trailers, and mobile homes within zoning districts and on city-owned property.
Mayor, can we, I'll just make a motion. Can we, I'll make a motion to table this to a different meeting, just so we can speed up the meeting. It's not urgent. It was just something that I asked for last meeting, and Chief is not here. Even though I know Mr. Steele could speak to it, I'd rather have a little more time for Chief Kidd to gather some more information for it, if
All right.
possible.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion on the floor to table, discussing Keene City ordinances, section 7210, parking certain vehicles, trailers, and mobile homes within zoning districts and on city-owned property, by Smith, and a second by Foster. All in favor of tabling, raise your hand. It's unanimous, motion is carried, and we still have a quorum present, even though one member stepped out. Let's go ahead and call just like a 10-minute recess for the rest of us to use the restroom, and then we'll come back. So I'm going to call us at recess at 8:08 PM, because I need to go now. All right, I'm going to call the council back into session at 8:15 PM. All right, we're ready to discuss agenda item number 7E, because we had already discussed 7D. Review, discuss, and consider revising the current City of Keene City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, adopting one of the presented drafts, or repealing the policy.
I'd like to say something, Mayor. I'd like to do away with the 19 pages and go with the one the attorney wrote,
Okay?
plain and simple.
So you have a motion
A
to
motion to move
to repeal and replace the
repeal
current-
repeal the 19 pages and replace it with the two.
with the two pages that Mr.
pages that
Messer
the
has
attorney
presented to
wrote.
us in the
Yes.
packet.
I second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to repeal the current City Council Rules of Order and Procedure and replace them with the adopted draft provided by the city attorney, by Shaw, and a second by Chapman. Any further questions on this?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to, I guess I'm going to appeal to the gentleman who just motioned and seconded, but it happened again tonight, so I'm going to bring it forward. I'm actually okay with the two-page document. I think it's simplified. I think it's a lot cleaner. It's a lot easier for us to flip through when it comes to, oh, hey, what do we do here, right? So I'm all in favor of that, but something did happen tonight where Mr. Foster said, I'd like to call the question. And basically what that does is it stops the deliberation from continuing. There would be a vote on the floor to stop all deliberation and just vote on what we are voting for, right? And then basically what would happen is if it passed, we would go straight to a vote. If it didn't pass, then it would go back to deliberation, and that call the question would no longer apply, right? So, but if we add that verbiage, it gives us a space to be able to say, let's stop talking about this and let's vote for this now.
I have no problem with adding something like that.
Is that not what I did, though? I mean, I asked the city attorney, and I said to go ahead and stop, and he said yes, and then I stopped, and we called for a vote. So, I mean, you don't have to have that in there for me to follow it and to do it.
Yes,
Out of
but
respect, I stopped a record vote on the tax rate just so that you could speak.
and I'm not
So I am being accommodating. If you're concerned, I'm not going to be accommodating.
correct, but what he asked for was in Robert's Rules of Order. And so for him to not go in section 537.2 of Robert's Rules of Order, I'd like to call the question. If it's in this document, it's very easy to find, and we can just make a little place for it that says call the question, and everybody can reference exactly what it means. When he said it, and this is in no belittlement to you, Mayor, but you said call the what? You didn't even understand what he was asking
Call
for.
the question is not to stop somebody from speaking, if I understood it correctly.
No, it
A call
absolutely
a question is
is.
to make sure that we're staying on topic and what the agenda item is presenting.
No, that's
and that
point
you
of
think we're
order.
delving off the topic.
The call the question is exactly the way I described it. It stops the deliberation, and it forces us to actually vote on that topic. So yes, there does need to be a vote.
Technically,
to
wouldn't I have
decide
to get a
that.
second on the call of question and then call for a vote on the call of question before we did that, though? And I didn't do that.
That is correct. It would have to do that, and
So if Foster said call of question, then I have to say, do I have a second? And then I have to get everybody to show of hands. I didn't go through that whole procedure. I went ahead I did stop, and I just went ahead and called for the vote.
And I appreciate that, and I'm not knocking you on that. I'm just saying it happened tonight, and it's happened in at least a half a dozen meetings or more just in this previous year. And so, but if people understand what it means, I mean, I can still reference it.
We know what it means. It means you want to stop us from speaking. That's what we know what it means.
Most of the time, it's because we're saying the same things over and over to each other, and I feel like we're probably ready to vote. And that's, I'm alluding that
It's
that's what
politics,
Mr.
is what Mr.
Foster
Foster said. That's why he does it.
Mr. Foster was alluding to the same thing. We've already talked this through. We're ready to vote, meaning he was, and so that's why he asked that. So I would ask you, Mr. Shaw, if you would rearrange your motion to add that one in, which is
Yeah.
call the question.
Mayor,
Is there
Before,
anything here, Mr.
before that,
that discusses?
Mr.
what
Gutwa, I'm
Mayor.
actually speaking to
Not really.
Councilman Shaw.
yes, I have a
I'm
question
asking him a
too.
question right now.
But before he makes that, you raised a question, I have a question too. I know we have discussed about this even before you were elected this year. We know there is a lot of, we know the intent of the information that was put here, 19 pages. And we did give this document to an independent person that has no idea what's going on to read it and then see what's going on. And there were a lot of comments. 4.9, there's a comment there that says confusion unlikely to detract from the elected officials being able to do their jobs and take care of the city business. This is the attorney writing this. So I don't have any problem having what the current verbiage is, the new 2 pages. But stuffing things in there that's gonna cut Councilman Johnny Shaw off, and here is where we are supposed to have a discussion about the city business, not personal business. I don't think that's constructive. And that call to question was overused last year. They did cut off the mayor when she was trying to say there's a problem here. Cut off, let's move on. That's not how it should be used. The last meeting that we had here, you had Councilman Rob Foster. There's another way they do it, you know, it's done, that, oh, let's move on. You know, that's good, or we don't need to talk about it right now. So this is the only place, and if we are going to meet once a month, we need to talk about the city business, city issues. And if I'm going to cut off Councilman Bob Chapman from speaking because I don't like what he's saying, or I don't agree with what he's saying, I don't think that's the best tone we want to set for the city. We are responsible. I know I have 5 minutes, and I can remember twice when I spoke quite a little bit longer than how I was supposed to speak, was when we were trying to call out some issues that were going on, where from nowhere we are trying to get rid of some of the elected officials from some positions without even giving them a fair, hearing. So I don't think call to question for a small city like this is the best way to go. Cutting people off, like if I listen to your ideas. I might not agree with them, some of them, but I listen to them. That's what we are sent here to do, to represent the taxpayer out there, speak about those issues, because I can't call you on the phone and say, what do you think about this? Everybody, there's a quorum issue. That's a state law. So the only place we have is here. So if I'm going to come here and you tell me shut up, so I don't know. So I don't think it's the right way. But I think I've looked at the document that the attorney has written. It's a very professionally written, and it's a very good document that will help us actually move the city forward. Thank you.
Mr. Foster?
I'd like to ask the attorney a question. So if someone calls the question and there's a second, then there's a vote, correct?
Yeah, I was asked that in the break, and I didn't bring my Robert's rules with me to be able to reference that, but we don't necessarily have to follow Robert's rules, so you could probably write it either way. But I presume that that's accurate, but I'd have to check it.
Okay. And then while you're checking, another thing that's come up in the past was, say, discussion goes on, I made a motion, and then discussion goes on, and I realize I made a mistake, or council I want to change my mind, and say Troy Smith had seconded it, does the second have to be withdrawn as well? Or can I, since I made the motion, am I the only one that needs
No.
to,
Yeah, I think if you withdraw the motion, that's it.
the second doesn't
It's
have?
off the table,
Then, yeah.
Okay,
and you start again.
okay. It did, yeah.
So,
Well,
go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
So to answer Mr. Councilman Gutwa, if the rest of the council votes in favor of stopping discussion, then it's not just me cutting you off. It's the entire council has decided that we've debated this enough, and we're going to vote. And that's ultimately what moves the city forward, is the voting, not the talking. It's the voting that makes the difference. So if the rest of the council votes in favor of moving forward, then I have no problem with somebody cutting me off.
Yes, Councilman Foster, I don't have any problem, but when you overuse or abuse it, then it doesn't have the original intent of that.
But if you over-abuse your filibuster opportunity, then the rest of the council goes, you know what, I've heard Mr. Foster speak enough. I'm going to stop talking.
Appeal to the mayor, and the mayor can also move on and.
Well, not if the council overrules. If the council, majority council votes, hey, we want to call the question, boom, it's done. Whether the mayor.
So let me address what you'd asked me, what I researched. So this is the procedural order of calling a question. Member who's been recognized by the chair makes the motion by saying, "I call the question," or similar phrase. Another member must second the motion. The motion is not debatable or amendable. The chair immediately calls for a vote on whether to close the debate. If the motion to call the question passes by a 2/3 vote, debate on the motion ends and the vote's taken on the original motion. If it fails, debate continues. So, but it's, the threshold is a higher threshold to 2/3 to be able to make sure that that's what you want to do. So it's not a simple majority.
4 out of the 6,
Yeah, it's not, yeah, 4-2.
2/3,
Uh,
2/3 would be.
I think it's 4/5, 4/5.
Out of this one, because we
Yeah.
have 5 present
Yes.
today, but we normally have 6.
Yeah, so,
Be 4 out of 6.
No, if it's 6, that's 30, that's 2/3.
Yeah, what's,
I'd have to,
I know, I got to do
Figure
my
it.
math, I don't have my phone out here.
Okay, Mayor and the city attorney, the problem with this, and that's, okay, the reason why, and it looks very nice on the surface. We have seen how it has been used in real time. If next time you have one councilman or a councilwoman come in that you don't like or for some reasons, that's how to shut them off. And they have been sent here to speak what they have been sent to speak here. You might not like if it's aligned with the agenda item, it's acceptable to speak about it. But it was abused over and over. You can go back and look at the meetings as a tool to just cut off the meeting and move on, which raises a question, was there some discussion meeting before this meeting? Because, yes, I'm just saying that we are trying to avoid that path of using that. So we have to go through the, everybody knows 5 minutes, 3 minutes, your time is up, you move on. Like tonight, we have moved very well, so.
Which is exactly why he just read it in such a fashion that it says, like, I would have to get consent from the mayor to speak and then say, call the question. I have never cut anybody off when I've said, call the question. I've waited for people to finish. So, one, the insinuation that I would purposely cut you off in the middle of your speech is preposterous. And Mr. Foster certainly didn't do that tonight. He waited till somebody was finished and then decided to say, call the question.
I do think you have to get my consent, though. I think you have to.
He
I think you have to-
probably
I
could
think- I
have.
think you have to get the floor, and a lot of times you guys don't get the floor, and I let you do it.
I wonder why.
I give you a lot of leniency. I just set you, and if you guys are just discussing, I let you just kind of look at me. Sometimes I don't say anything, and you just start talking, and I don't stop you. I just let you talk. But yeah, technically, you should be getting the consent of me, and sometimes you guys don't do that. You start engaging back and forth. But as long as I figure like we're still all talking and getting our point across, I feel like it's acceptable, as long as we're not, being slanderous toward each other or rude or disrespectful.
And I'm all good for that. And I do want to clear the record that there's no erroneous intent in why I'm asking for this. I don't have to have this in here in these 2 pages. I can still do exactly that because we've already adopted Robert's Rules of Order.
Exactly.
So it doesn't need to be in here. I'm asking it for it to be in here so that way it's something easily referenced, because we all want to know what each other's talking about, and I think everybody learned a little something about call the question tonight. So certainly it doesn't need to be in here if we're all aware of it, but there are things in here that this is fairly simple to understand. But the call the question, I just felt like was something that, it's great that we just had this discussion. Everybody knows about it. I'd love it to be in here just so that way it's something that every council member has the opportunity to do if they needed to. So again, I will go back to Mr. Shaw. Would you like to amend your, or retract your
Pressure on you.
motion and then
This is what they do.
add that in there? And maybe even keep the same verbiage that the attorney actually just referenced.
Well, like you said, it's already in there. It's in the Robert's Rules of Order. So if we add it or don't add it, it's already in there. So if we don't add it in there, we don't have to change anything. We don't have to wait for another draft. But that is already in there. And that can work both ways.
And I still, like, I would just appeal to you in this way. You can still adopt this and say with the added verbiage of call the question.
But it's
all you would
already-
have to do.
Is it already, it's not already in there, correct?
But all these are already in there, Johnny, that's the point. These are already, everything in here is in the Robert's Rules of Order.
That's what I'm saying. We just do away with the 19 pages and keep the 2 pages attorney, and it cuts it down a whole lot.
I know, but what Councilman Smith is saying is that, for instance, point of privilege is in Robert's Rules, point of orders in Robert's Rules, motion to appeals in Robert's Rules, withdrawal motion is in Robert's Rules. All he's saying is, this is a little Reader's Digest version, if you will, of Robert's Rules for those of us who don't want to read that little book.
Right.
So why not put in there?
Little book?
Well,
So, Mayor,
hang on,
just
hang
for
on,
the
hold on,
record.
hold on. I'm still
Mayor.
addressing Councilman
Back to 19
Shaw.
pages, isn't it?
Yes,
Of the
and then I can speak. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So for those who may be new to council down the road or something like that, if say, Councilman Easley's not here tonight, and someone called the question out there and he didn't know what that meant, he could easily look in his little 2-pager here and go, oh, I see what's happening.
Okay.
That's all we're saying is, all these are Robert's Rules. All of this is Robert's Rules.
All right, let me ask the attorney this. Can you add that in there about the call the question?
Sure. Yeah, I could, yes, I could do that.
All right.
Mayor,
Next hang on.
so-
Let him talk.
Next question. Do we have to table it for tonight until we get that in there?
No?
You can just add it in your motion.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, I added in the motion to adopt the 2 pages that the attorney wrote and add the
Call to question.
call the question. I done lost track on all this yet. The call to question, add it into it, and accept those as the new rules of order.
Yeah. And we'll accept however he defines it.
However he defines it,
Okay, and repealing the first set. You're still repealing, yeah,
appealing the 19 pages
the
and
current,
accepting the 2 pages attorney with the added amendment.
okay. Y'all are clear on what
God,
that,
y'all are crazy.
okay. Mr. Goodwood, did you want to speak?
Yes, Mayor.
Hold on.
So,
We have a motion on the floor. He needs to second it first before we have discussion. Yeah.
yeah, we can discuss. Yeah, you can
All
go
right,
ahead.
I'm trying to make sure we go in order here.
No, I had a,
Go on.
I second that.
Thank you.
okay. So the issue we are having here, council, I mean, I understand that the council, we want to, and the intention of pushing this in, it might look like a good intention. Call to question, it has been used against me almost 6 times.
But that can be used the other way, too.
Yes, yes. And my concern is, as we told the council, that you are not creating this for one person or a certain council member. We are creating this for the future council, and the future council can adjust it as they need it. But the issue that is here is if you have a majority of the council, and we have seen it happen in Keene, they can abuse this to silence either 1 or 2 council that are in minority in terms of numbers, and then there will be no discussion, and it doesn't look out there, and that's one of the problems that we're having. And per recommendation of the city attorney that reviewed this, the attorney, they did comment there and said this is creating confusion and likely to detract from the elected officials being able to do their jobs. And it has happened in this room many times. So if it's going to be added in there, then the city attorney can, the way you read it, if it can be followed, where you call the question, and then you have a second, and then the majority can vote, and people can follow that. I don't have any problem with that. But if they start abusing it, I know the council has the power to remove it from there so that it doesn't become a roadblock. I hope we don't abuse it. If it's
So
going to be
if-
used professionally, that's good.
So if we all vote for it tonight, and the next council that comes in here don't like it, and they decide to remove it, that's up to them.
Yes.
So what's the problem?
No, I'm just saying, as a council,
Yes.
we did abuse that item there, call to question, just to shut up the meeting.
But it takes.
And I'm just saying, let us not abuse it, and we'll keep an eye on it and see so that it doesn't stop other council person or like you from bringing your ideas to the council. I have no problem with it. I'm just saying we can add it in, but let's follow it, because in the past we have never followed it. Just call to question from nowhere. You
If
don't even get the attention of
Add it
the,
in and we follow it, everybody's okay.
yes.
Councilman
yes,
Gutwal, can I ask you a question?
yes.
Are you okay with a point of order?
I'm okay with the point of order, but the city attorney said that's creating confusion.
But we're not talking about the
That's
point
most-
of order, we're talking about call the question.
That's shutting up somebody or a meeting, a discussion. Stop talking. That's the best way to put it.
But the attorney did not address call the question.
No, you want to add it in because we have used it in the past.
But
It
you're-
was in these 19 pages.
But here's what you're doing, you're confusing, because point of order is what the attorney referred to, the previous attorney said is confusing and likely detracts from the elected officials' ability to do their jobs and take care of city business. That's for referring to point of order.
Yes, I'm just referring, I'm
And so
saying there are
you're
so many
fine-
comments.
Hold up. You're fine with point of order. We're discussing call the question.
And
It's a
that's what I'm
totally
saying.
different- It's a totally
It's
different motion.
stopping the discussion, whoever is speaking, shutting them up and moving.
But do you understand what point of order is?
Yes,
What is it?
it's written here.
What's
Just
it
read
say?
it. Any council member, including the mayor, the city manager, or the city secretary, may raise a point of order.
Keep going.
Yeah. Why should I read? You have it in front of you. You can
I
read it.
know. I want
Yes.
to make sure
So-
it's a totally different motion than a call the question.
Yes, I'm just saying there are so many comments here, and some of those things can be misused. I'm not against call to question, but I'm just saying we have abused it in the past, we don't follow it right, and we just shut people off because we don't want to encourage the discussion. I'm just saying let's not abuse it. I'm for it. We can put it in there.
Let's vote it.
Yes, but if we abuse it, there is a chance we might be able to adjust that. Thank you.
I'd like to address that real quick. So if the abuse is going to happen, guess what? It's the council who's going to vote to say, no, we're not going to allow that to happen, right? So if the mayor says, hey, we're on Section D, we're going to talk about this, one person speaks and then I say, call the question. Well, nobody else got to talk, so do you really think that you guys are going to approve my call the question?
Vote for that.
You're not going to vote for that. I'm not even going to get a second because nobody got to speak on the item. So there's not going to be an abuse towards this. It's going to be, boy, we have belabored this for now 38 minutes, and I'm not talking about this topic. I'm just talking a topic. And here we are continuing down this path. We've said the same thing over and over in different kinds of fashions. We've referenced Sesame Street in it. Well, let's get this over with, right? So that's why call the question comes into play. It's let's stop the nonsense. I think we have enough information to vote on this, and I say we vote on it right now. Thank you.
Mr. Foster now wants to make a comment. We're not done.
No.
So
This-
go ahead.
No, I'm fine with it. This is,
Someone needs to call the
Yeah.
point of order
You see
No.
what I'm saying?
or call the question.
Yeah.
and I think that's fine if we call the question. My only question is, in this previous document, it talked about if we didn't have a mayor or mayor pro tem here, how to conduct the meeting.
Somebody's appointed.
Right, but that's, according to the previous attorney, it's not in our charter, it's not in our rules of order, it's not anywhere. She said not.
Yeah,
Says
I read
choosing
it.
another member to act as a mayor pro tem is not in the charter of Keene Code of Ordinances. Up to council, but should be adopted by resolution.
It isn't, if my memory serves me correct, it's in the charter and it's under the provision where if a mayor or mayor pro tem is not here, then it's the longest tenor council member up here that will
It's not in
preside.
the charter, that was in the rules, but that wasn't in the charter.
That was, oh, it's in the rules?
That's why she said we couldn't put it in those rules, because it's not in the charter.
Yeah. So
I'm
maybe we
not
should.
going to be absent, guys. Let's just call for a vote. Let's move on and go into executive and finish this meeting. We're going to be here all night. You know I'm never absent. I only missed one meeting in this
I know,
last
and
year.
that's fine. I'm just saying, I'm just,
So,
Rob,
I'll-
let's put that on for the next
So,
agenda to.
let me call for a
rectify that.
motion so we can move on. We got staff that want to go home. It's
I
8:40.
just want to make us aware of that.
All right, I have a motion on the floor to repeal the Keene City Council Rules of Order and Procedure adopted in February of 2024 and adopt the draft provided by the city attorney and discuss this evening and add the provision of call to question. I have this on the floor by Shaw and a second by Chapman. All in favor, raise your hand.
My
Those
God.
opposed, it's unanimous.
Are you kidding me?
Thank you.
Gosh.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
And I apologize for creating havoc.
All right, agenda item number 8, executive session. We have 3 items to talk about in executive session. 551.071, consultation with the attorney for the advice about pending or contemplated litigation. And 551.071, consultation with attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney of the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter, and Section 551.074, Personnel Matters, Discussion of Directors' Compensation. It's 8:42 PM. I am convening us into executive session. Number 10, request for future agenda items. Council, do you have anything on the next agenda item you want to discuss?
I would like to see us put on the next agenda, like Mr. Smith said, if, heaven forbid. if
Say that
you're-
again. You want to talk about what now?
The next council meeting,
Uh-huh.
if you and Mr. Goudois are gone for some reason,
Oh,
who would be the next to sit in as pro tem
Okay.
or acting pro tem or acting mayor, whatever the hell you want to call it? If heaven forbid y'all are both gone at the same time.
okay.
Need to have a stand-in where there's no question asked, who's going to take that place?
Okay.
Or fill that spot. Rob?
That would be the discussion. You'd make a decision on how that would be
Yeah.
chosen and, yeah, and who would be in charge.
Yeah, but I think we need to have something in progress.
It would be
just
a resolution.
In case, yeah.
That we would create. We'd be creating a resolution with a policy that would tell us who would be the next one in charge.
Yeah. We'll make
Okay.
Rob hairs a little bit grayer.
Anything else, council?
Question. This is for the attorney, and it's a little sidebar. Can we do a motion to reconsider item 7D? To revisit that? It's the tax rate that was voted.
No, because I think we're under a time deadline for that. That had to be,
I was asking the attorney.
Yeah, if it's, so a motion to reconsider would generally be at the next meeting, and it has to be made by somebody that was in the majority.
And we have to have notice to the paper tomorrow. Based on,
I mean, we haven't actually officially closed this meeting, so we could actually go back to it
speak to it.
and have more
Yeah, I mean,
discussion
that-
if we really wanted to.
Yeah. But it should be from someone that's voted for it to be a reconsideration.
somebody that voted it for, in favor of it,
Yes.
that asked for it to be rediscussed, not somebody that voted against it. Okay, it'd have to be somebody that voted against, voted for it.
So based on the things that we discussed behind closed doors, I would ask if any one of you three want to revisit that.
No.
I don't think so. You good?
All right, anything else, council, for a future agenda item?
I just want to remind you all on your way out, again,
Okay,
the last time I went through the workshops, I was bankrupt in the city. This is not a final. This is kind of currently where things are at to review, and we will plan to get you the full book at the 21st, but this at least gives you something to look at and something to get started.
okay. It's 10:09 PM, meeting is adjourned.